Hello everyone, welcome to my channel, and from this video we are going to start a new series of Android development. So from now we will be building a new Android app. It will be a chatting app, and this video is the demo video of how our app will look and how it will work. And from next video we will code this in Kotlin, and we will use Firebase for the backend. And if you want to buy the source code of this app, you can DM me on Telegram, and also don't forget to join my Telegram group. In that group we can discuss about the problems and what project you need in future. So that's it. Now let's start the demo. So let's open the app. My app name is chitchat, and when the app runs, firstly you will see a splash screen, and then you will go to a login page where you have to enter your mobile number. And for now I have added some sample numbers on my Firebase, so I will enter those number. And if the number is less than 10 digit and we try to continue, it will say it is a invalid number. And then if I enter 10 digit number and click on continue, it will send me an OTP. And as this is a sample number, so OTP is already received by me. So the OTP is 6-digit number, and if I write less than 6 digit, it will show me an error. So let me enter wrong OTP first. You can see enter a valid OTP toast here. Now if I enter the valid OTP, and hence my OTP is verified and I am logged in successfully, and then I will enter my username. If I keep my username empty, it will show me an error. And so let's enter my username. I will enter developer Pawan Singh as my username, and then I will click on continue. You can see now I am on my home screen. Currently I don't have any chats because this is my new ID I have created to show you all, but I have already tested this app with so many IDs. So let me search some IDs. Like if I write here Rahul and click on search, you can see it is showing me the ID of Rahul. We can search any user of the app through the search option, and if I click on Rahul's, so I can directly DM Rahul. Let's write hello Rahul, developer Pawan Singh here, and I click on send. So here you can see this type of messages will be sent to Rahul, and if I go back to the home screen, you can see now Rahul is visible. Also the last message which we sent to Rahul is also visible, and the timestamp on the time which we sent to the Rahul is also visible. So currently you can see in my bottom navigation view, if I go to profile, you can see my profile there, and there are multiple options given. We will explore it later. So now let me log in to another device so that we can chat in real time, and I will show you how the app works. So this is our second device. Let me quickly log into it. So you can see in this device I will log in with name Shiva and click on continue. And as I told you, I have already tested this app. So Shiva already have chatted with two persons. And in the bottom navigation view, if you go to our profile section, here you can see we have Shiva here, and the mobile number is shown and logout option is shown. And if you go again back to the chat section, you can see our chats. So now if I search for the device 1, here if I write developer, even if I write half name, it will show me the name related to that name. So you can see developer Pawan Singh is showing here. If I click on it and if I send a message, firstly let me type a message here. So let's write hello sir and click on send button. You can see after I send, immediately I have received a message on my first device, and it is also showing an online status. And if I go back in my second device, you can see an online status in developer Pawan Singh also. So now let's start chatting and let's show you how this works. So if I reply from first device, hello Shiva, how are you? And click on send, and you can see in the second device I have received the message immediately. And if I reply here, I am good sir, you can see the messages are so real time without any latency. The messages are being received if I write anything. So you can see if I go back, and in device 1 also you can see online batch in both the chats because both the devices are online. And if I go online with first device, the online batch on second device is gone. And if I come back online, you can see the online batch on the second device for the first user. So now let's test the notification feature of the app. So if I keep my first device on background, so I will receive the notification if the second device send me any message. So let's do that. And if I send a message from the second device, let the message be hello sir, and it is a test notification. And then I click on send button, and if I check the notification on my first device, then remove this notification. So you can see this notification we have received from app chit chat, and the message is also shown. And if I click on the notification, the app will immediately run and it will take to our home screen, and then we can see the message. So that's it. And now let's close the second device. We have already shown the demo from both the device. If I go back, you can see if I go to the profile section, you can see there are multiple options. If I firstly change my username, let's write it Pawan Singh, and I click on OK, then my username will be changed. So let's do it. You can see now my username is changed to Pawan Singh from developer Pawan Singh. And if I click on logout option, which is at the bottom here, you can see my device is logged out, and immediately splash screen will open, and then we will go to the login page. So that's all for the demo video. So let's start coding this app. And so firstly open your Android Studio and then go to new project. Here you have to select the empty views activity and then click on new, next, and then enter the name of your app. So for now I will keep it chit chat and give it a package name. And if you are thinking to publish this app on Play Store, so you must change this middle name. You might be seeing com.example. Whatever your app name is, but change the example, and select the language as Kotlin. And for API level I will keep it the default one, and also keep it the Kotlin DSL, and then click on finish. So wait for some time till it set up your project. So my project setup is completed. You can see it. Just expand it, go to the Kotlin and Java, resources, values, just change the colors of the app. These colors will be used whenever we will select the colors. So firstly select both the colors and copy this, Ctrl C, and above it just paste those colors. And then firstly change the name of first color, just write it primary, and for the second color write it secondary. And then we have to change the color. You can change the hex code of the color, and also you can change it from here. Just I am selecting blue, you can select any color you want. And then for the secondary color I will select yellow color, and if you want to select other colors like the combination of red and blue and etc., you can go for it. I will select blue and yellow. So for the text and other things I will select a gray color, just paste that again and write it here off white. So my inbuilt AI is giving me suggestions, so I will just press tab, and you can just simply type it.
I will remove this one, and then here I will select other color. So remove it and write here FD, FD and FD in capital letters, and here just remove this white text, and in place of white we will write light gray, and also we will change this color. So just change this text. This is hex code for the color. Write here hash C3C3C3. That's it. You can see it's a gray color. So that's all. We only wanted this much color, and if we will need other colors, then we will add it later. So for now, close this color.xml, and inside our main activity, so firstly we will have to enable the view binding, so that we don't have to write the so that we don't have to find all the IDs which we write in our XML. So for this we will go to Gradle script. So open Gradle script. Let's minimize this. So open this Gradle script and go to the second one, build.gradle.kts, inside the module 1. So here above the dependencies, write here view binding and give a bracket, and then write here enable is equals to true. Not enabled, just write it enable equals to true, and then you will see a sync now option here. Then click on it. So it will take some time. So our project has synced completely. So now we can close this and move to our other part. So then go to the resource and just right click on it, go to new and create an Android resource directory. Just click on it. So it will create a directory, and in the resource type we have to select the navigation and then click on OK. I will tell you why we are doing it later. If you are following my channel, then you must be doing it for the first time. Just create a file in it and name a file like auth underscore nav underscore graph. Then click on OK. So it will open an XML file for us, and it will give us a pop-up error because it will analyze the dependency and we haven't added that dependencies. So it will ask us if you want to add this, then click on OK. Here you can already see it is asking that this feature need to add these dependencies. So just click on OK. It will automatically add the dependency and sync the project. So after we have synced the project, you can see these two dependencies are added here, this fragment and UIKTX. So now we can work with our auth nav graph. It is taking some time. So okay, after some time you can see here we have to click here to create a new destination. Just click on it and then select the blank fragment, this one, the first option, then click on next. Here you have to name the fragment. So firstly we will make a splash fragment where we will show the splash screen to the users and click on finish. So it will create a fragment for us. You can see, just place it here and you can check it inside this folder. Here it has already created a splash fragment for us, and inside the layout also you can see it has already created a splash fragment for us. So similarly we need to create two more fragments. Then click on blank fragment and again go to next, and here we will name this fragment as login fragment and then click on next, finish, and place it right after the splash fragment. And then we will create one more fragment, then click on new, blank fragment, then next, and name the fragment as OTP fragment, and then click on finish. Just place it after login fragment. So now let me tell you what is nav graph. So by name you can see nav graph is a navigation graph where we will handle all the fragments by their navigation. Like if you want to navigate from one fragment to another fragment, we can use a navigation in between them. For example, you can see here in this fragment, we will move from this splash fragment then to our login fragment. Then we have to connect both this. And from our login fragment, we will move to OTP fragment. And if the OTP is wrong or the OTP is fine, then if the OTP is fine, then we will move to next, else we will go back to the login fragment. So this is how our app will work. So, and this is a kind of shortcut of doing all this navigation. It will automatically handle the navigation in our app. So here we don't have to select any other option. We will do it later. I think we will get clarity of this navigation in later videos. So firstly, let's design our splash screen. So firstly, go to the XML part of fragment splash screen. Here you will see a simple text. Just remove this text and also remove our parent view. We will write relative view. So just remove the fragment layout and write here relative layout. And also here at the bottom, the closing tag must be relative layout. So now inside our relative layout, we will use a linear layout. So write linear layout, make it as match parent and match parent. And its orientation will be vertical. And that's it. So now let's close this linear layout. Inside this, we need an image view. So just close it with closing tag as linear layout. And inside this, we need an image view and make its width as 120 dp and height also as 120 dp. And then write here src, which means image source. And for now we don't have any image, so let's create it. Go to drawable, click on new, go to vector asset, click on this clip art image, and then you will see search bar. Here search for chat. You will see here all the icons related to chat. I will select the first one, click on OK, and we will change the name. So just select this and write here IC_chat, and then click on next, then click on finish. So now here inside the source, we will write the image which we created. So right here drawable IC_chat. You can see our image is looking fine. So now we want this image at the center. So let's write gravity as center, layout gravity, give it center, and also we want it vertically center. So let's go to linear layout and right here gravity as center. So now we can remove the center from image view. Just remove it and then close this tag. And just below the image view, we will use a text view and make it as wrap content. Its width will be wrap content and height will be also wrap content. And here inside this we will write a text, and the text will be our app name, that is chit chat, and then we will give it a text size. So let's make its text size as 20 sp, or we can adjust it according to your own. So I will write here 30 sp, and I will also make it bold. So write here text style and give it bold. And after that I think we can change its color also. So write here text color and select the color primary. It will become blue in color, so that doesn't make any good impact, but just close this tag now, and inside the linear layout or relative layout we can give a background color. So right inside linear layout, give it a background of secondary color. This looks good, but we will change it later. Our UI is looking so dull right now. We will change it, and in the text color, make the text of color black. So this is our UI for the splash screen. And if you want to add your name at the bottom, like developed by Pawan Singh, so let's add a text here. So write text view and make it as wrap content, also wrap content, and after this write here text color as black, or then we will have to write the text as developed by. You can write your name. I will write Pawan Singh, and then we can close this tag. You can see it is coming so near to it. So we will have to write it just outside the linear layout. So just cut this text view, and below the linear layout paste it here. So now you can see our text view is here at the top. So to bring it at the bottom, we will just keep it below the linear layout. So for this we will have to give an ID to the linear layout. So give it an ID, give it ID as container because it is containing two things, and give it an ID to our text view also. Give it an ID as it is a developer information, so write it dev info, and in the above linear layout write here layout above and give the ID dev info. So as our text view is at the top, so we will have to keep it at the bottom. So we will write here layout align parent bottom as true. So the first option, just write it true. So now you can see as we have given color to the linear layout, it is only showing color to the linear layout. So just cut this from linear layout and paste it in relative layout. So now you can see the whole screen is with a yellow color, and we want this text a little above and in the center. So in the text view just write as margin bottom, give it 20 dp. Now to bring it at the center, write here center horizontal, it will be true. So you can see now our text is at the horizontal, and let's make it 30 dp, the margin from the bottom. And now you can see this is our splash screen, and if you want to change the color of the icon, we can change it using the tint. So click on the image, and here in the image we have to write tint and give it a color. So let's write primary. You can see this is the primary color, but it will show an error because it is not property of Android, it is the property of app. And here you will have to input the namespace. So now you can see our color is changed. You can set the color from here also, from custom. So I am selecting this image, and that's it. Our work for splash screen is done. So now let's work with its fragment. So let's go to the splash fragment. Splash fragment. Here you can see there are some code which is written which is of no use. So let's remove this code. Remove this. We will only keep the on create view function. Also remove this and remove this whole till here and remove it. So now firstly we will have to enable the view binding so that we don't have to write find view by id dot something and all. So to enable this we will have to create a global variable with name binding. So let's do it, and then we will initialize it later. So let's declare it first. Write here private let init where and name it as binding. So and the data type of this will be fragment, you can see it is automatically giving me a suggestion. So I will write it fragment splash binding and then now we will have to initialize it inside the on create view function. So here before the return statement you have to write it so binding is equals to fragment plus binding dot inflate. Here you have to pass layout inflator, and then inside the return statement we have to return this binding root. So just remove this from the return statement and then write binding dot root. So that's it, our view binding is enabled now. So now in between these both lines we will have to write our code. So we will write our splash screen code in between these lines. So we will use handler for this. So in between this here write handler, and inside handler we will have to pass a looper. So give a bracket and write here looper dot get main looper, and after this bracket write here dot post delayed. This is to delay our task for some time, and inside this we have to write the code which will work after some time. So what we have to do, so let me explain you through the navigation graph. Here we have to pass the runnable code. So let's go to our auth nav graph. So what we have to do, we have to show this splash screen, and then we will move to our login fragment here. So for this we have to write the code, and now you will see why we have made this nav graph. Now here we have to do, we have to firstly find the nav graph. So right here find nav controller. This will find our navigation controller dot navigate. Now we have to navigate from one fragment to another fragment. So we have to write those fragments r.id dot. Now you can see there are three suggestions, but we have to move from splash to login fragment, and other three suggestions are when we move from splash to login. The second is our login to OTP, and the third is OTP to login, but we have to use the first one. So right here splash screen to login fragment, and then it is showing us error because the post delayed expect some time to which we have to delay this action. So we have to write this time in milliseconds, as if we want to delay this splash screen turning to login fragment. So we have to write a time here. Let's make it delay for 2.5 seconds, that is 2500 milliseconds. So we have written the code for the splash fragment, but if you are aware with the fragments, then you must be knowing that fragment always need an activity to work. So we will have to create an activity to place this fragment in that. So we will have to create an activity. So let's do it. We can do it in main activity also, but we will create another activity. So go to new and go to activity and create a empty views activity and name it as auth activity, which will be used for authentication whole process. So right here auth activity and then click on finish. This will create an activity for us, and here we will use that fragment. So we will not work in this activity, we will use its XML file. So let's wait for some time till it gets synced. So now go to its XML file,
And in the top left corner, you see the palette. You have to search it here. We have to search nav, and you can see at the last nav host fragment. You have to just select it and drag it inside the main component and select this graph the which we created auth nav graph. Just select it, then click on OK. And now when you go to the split, so we have to change this tag because we are setting up the fragment. So use here fragment. So write fragment with small f, just this one. And also you can see here in the last row we already have a nav graph with the same name which we created. So now our activity is also set up with fragments in it. So whenever we will move from one fragment to another fragment, it will be handled through this nav graph. So that's why we use the navigation graph. I hope you have clarity of nav graph now. So let's remove all these activities we don't need right now. So now we have already worked with the splash activity, splash fragment code, but now we have to tell it to the manifest that we will open the auth activity first. So for this, go to the manifest. Inside the Android manifest.xml, we have to select this intent filter from main activity and paste it in the auth activity. Because whenever we open the app, the main activity open first because of this code which is inside the intent filter. Now we want to run the auth activity at the starting of the screen. So just cut this intent filter and just change its closing tag with activity and paste it here. And now in the exported, the value will be true, and here in the main activity the value will be false. And now if we run the app, our by default auth activity will run.
Now let's test the app. You can see the app installed in this device. For first 2.5 seconds the splash screen ran, and then we moved to our blank fragment. So our app is working fine.
So in our app, firstly we are showing an splash screen for 2.5 seconds, and then we are moving to this fragment, the login fragment. Here we are showing just simple text. So now we will code it and we will show a login screen. So firstly remove this text and change this frame layout to relative layout. Now inside this relative layout, we have to make a linear layout and make it match parent, and the orientation we will give is vertical, and let's give it an ID and write here ID, and the ID will be screen. And so after this, after the orientation, we have to close this tag, and inside the linear layout we need an image view where we will show the image of person. So right here you can adjust it according to your own. So let's try with 150 dp first, 150 dp and 150 dp, and here source. So currently we don't have any image, so then go to drawable, new, vector asset, click on this clip art, search here for person, and you will find multiple images for a person. I will select this one, click on OK, and then click on next. And we have to change its name first, so rename it as IC_person, and then click on next and finish. And in the source provide the image, so right here @drawable IC_person, and you can see the image is appearing here now. So we will have to position this image, so write layout gravity as center, and so we need the center gravity of the linear layout. So cut this and paste it here, so layout gravity center, and then close this image view tag. And after this image view we need a text view, so write here text view and make it as wrap content, and wrap content, and hide also as wrap content. And in the next line write the text. You can write anything, so I will just write here sign up to use the app. As you can see, the text size is very small. So let's give it a text size of 25 sp and then close the tag. And then below this text view, we will create one more text view. So just write text view and then click on wrap content and then again wrap content and then just give it this text, and in text write login or sign up and close this tag. And inside this text view we will need some more things like text size and all, but before this we will change the above text. So just select it and here write login or sign up, and we will change the below text as, because after this we will ask for the number. So write just here enter your mobile number. So that's it, and we will give it text size. So write text size and you can adjust it according to your own. So let me try with 25 sp and yes, it look good. So now let's give it a margin and give it a margin top of 15 or 13 dp, whatever you want. For me 15 dp is good. And here after the text view we will create another layout. So write text input layout, the second one, this one, and click enter and make its width as match parent and height will be web content, and we will change its height later, we will decide it. So, and give it an style. So inside the style select the first one, material document text input layout dot outlined box, this one. And so for now, because we don't have given any height, so that's why it is not showing anything, but just trust me, you can write other things. Just close the tag now, and then inside this layout we will create one more text layout, this one, text input edit text, and then make it as match parent and second one also match parent. So now the outer one will work as a holder, and here we will take the text input. So this will look this way. So we need to make it a bit attractive. So in the holder, that is text layout, in text input layout, give it a margin horizontal of 16 dp or 17 dp, and then also we will give it margin vertical as 17 dp. Yes, this looks good. And now here we will have to give it corner radius. So write box corner radius bottom end, and you can adjust the radius according to your own. I will write 17 dp, and for each corner we will have to give it the radius. So give radius for each corner, give corner for top start, top end, and then bottom start, and also make it 17 dp. You can adjust this all according to your own wish. So now you can see this looks good. This is our edit text, and then inside the edit text we will also give some hint, and our hint will be enter your mobile number here, or we can write phone number instead of mobile number, and then give it a text size. Text size will be 21 sp. So you can see this is how our edit text will look. Because of this outer border, it is looking better. We can add one image here, which will be a image of phone. So let's go to the drawable, click on new, go to vector asset, and then click on this clip art, and you can write here phone. So here we have different phone images. Select the one you like. I am selecting the top right corner phone, this one, and name it as IC underscore phone, and then click on next and then finish. So now here inside this input edit text, so right here drawable start and give it the image ID right here IC underscore phone. You can see a phone image here inside the edit text, and then again we need some space between this text and the phone image. So here we can give it a drawable padding. So right, drawable padding, and you can adjust it according to your own, but 5 dp is enough, or 6 dp. You can try it yourself. I am writing here 7 dp, and this looks better now. So, and also give it a drawable size. There is no size option to resize this image, so we will need to change this image size. So just press Ctrl and click on this drawable underscore IC underscore image and split this view, and inside the top you can see let me find it. Here there will be some options like, yes, here is Android width, and we have already set it for 24. We need this image to look bigger, so I will write here 75, and also we will have to change the height, and here height is also 27 dp. That's it. So now we can close this. Now you can see the image is a little bigger. Now below this text view we can add a button for continuing our operations. So here we need a button. So just below the text input layout, so give it a button tag, and we don't need the normal button, we will select the material button. So if we can scroll down in this, and here you can see a material button is there, and select this and press enter. Now we will give it width of match parent, and height will be by default wrap content, and then we will change its height and everything later. So let's give it text, and the text will be continue, and we will change the size of the text. So try text size, and let's make it 25 sp. So this looks good. And then after the text size, let's change the height of this button. So let's make it 58.5 dp. So yes, this much width it's okay. And after this, give it a margin horizontal and make it 20 dp, and then close the tag. And also we need to change the corner radius of this. So just inside it right here corner radius and make it 17 dp. Now you will see the corners are less round, and you can adjust it according to your own preference. Now if you see here, our edit text hint and this text are both same. Enter your mobile number here. So this we need to change it, and before that click on the first text view, and we will separate the image and text view. So give it a margin top. So right here margin top, and you can adjust it according to your own. Let me try with 15 dp. Let's make it 5 dp. 5 dp is enough. And then in the second text view we can make it as 25 or 35 dp. So okay, this looks good. And in this text we will have to change it. Click on this text and change this text, enter your mobile number, and we will write it as enter the details below. And so now both the lines are different. You can add up lines according to your own preference and according to your own app. So that's it. So we will also change the background colors of it. So firstly go to this relative layout and write the background, and let's try to change it with primary. We will change this later. So click on this image view, give it a tint and make it as secondary color, and this will give an error because we don't have to write here Android, write here app. So it will be app tint, and then again go to this background and click on this icon and select the light gray, or we can give it a white off white color. So off white is looking much better. And also the yellow color, instead of it we will select the primary color. So this looks good. And also in the button here we will have to give a background tint color and select the background tint color as primary. Now you can see the button is matching the theme of our app, so that's looking good. And in the edit text we can fix the input type. So right here input type, and we will input only number here, so write number. So this is our input type, and we don't need to give the IDs to it because we will do it later. So now we can close this all, and inside this nav graph, I hope now you will understand why we made this. Firstly the splash screen will open, then we will definitely go to the login fragment, and then when we click on the continue button, after entering the number we will go to the OTP fragment, and if the number is wrong we will move back to this login fragment. And that's it. That's why we made this nav graph, and this nav graph make the navigation from one fragment to another fragment very easy. So let's close this. Now in our login fragment here, firstly we will have to remove all this useless code. So just select it above the class, just remove it, and this on create function we don't need it, and this variables also. And after this companion object, remove it. And so this is our fragment. So firstly we will have to enable the binding in it. So after the class, right here let init var binding and then colon, give the type of binding. It is automatic suggesting me, but I will write it fragment login binding, this one. And then we will have to give it a value. So write binding is equals to, and here we will get binding from fragment login binding dot inflate, and here we will pass the layout inflator. And then in this return statement just remove the previous statement, and we will return the binding dot root. So now that's okay. Now we will have to write the code here, so just remove it, and we will write all the code between these two lines. So as I told you, we will give IDs later to those our layout. So open the fragment login layout, this one, and here we have to give IDs to our edit text, this one, and this button, because we will work with these two only. So inside this edit text, so give it an ID, and ID will be, you can give any ID but it must be related to this layout. So right here et means to say edit text, and I will write here number because this is edit text is taking the number. And this button I will give it ID. Here you can write btn, means button underscore continue. and then that's it. We can close this and go to the login fragment. So firstly, what do we need to do? We need to get the number the user have written in the edit text. Let me show you inside the fragment login XML here. So whatever the user will write here and click on the continue, we need to get the mobile number of the user and then we will send it to the Firebase backend. So we have to set the on click listener to the button. So right here binding dot button continue dot set on click listener, and then press enter. Inside this we will firstly get the text the user have written on the edit text. So just store it in a string. So right here val number is equals to binding dot edit text number dot text and dot to string. It will take the number from the user in the string format and save it in the number. And if the number dot length is less than 10 or it is equals to 0, it means either the number is wrong or the number is not written inside. So we will show an error to the user. So just write here number dot length is not equals to 10, and inside this condition we will give it a toast. So right here toast dot make text, and then we will have to pass the context. So right here require context comma, and now we will have to write the message we want to show, and I will write enter a valid number, and then we will have to enter the toast length for how much time we want to show it, toast dot length short, and then right here dot show. So this will show a toast, and then if the number is not empty or it is a valid number, so what we will do in the else statement, we will move to the next fragment and there we will check the number. So this time we are not simply going from one screen to another screen. We will have to take some information from this screen to another screen. Like in our case, we will take the number from the user and we will pass this number to another fragment in the OTP fragment, and then what we will do, we will generate the OTP for that number in our OTP fragment. And for this we will have to pass a bundle. Bundle carries the information, additional information from one screen to another screen. So let me show you how we can do it. So right here val bundle is equals to bundle and give it a bracket. So what we have done, we have just created a bundle. So now in this bundle we will put some information. So right here bundle dot put string, because we are putting the information in string format, and right here number. So we can't just put this number as it is, we need to write a key for that number. So right here number and then give it a comma, and I hope you already know what is key value pair. So here we will get the number using the number key. That's why we wrote number in double quotes. So now what we need to do, we need to navigate from this fragment to another fragment. So what we will do, now you will see why I used the navigation graph. So let's write here find the nav controller dot navigate. We want to navigate from one screen to another screen. So inside it write r.id.action underscore. You will see there are three options. So let me show you the nav graph. See, we want to go from login fragment to OTP fragment. So in this what we will do, action underscore login fragment underscore to OTP fragment. This one, select this. And so what we are doing, we are moving from one screen to another screen, but the information we have written here, we are not passing it. So write a comma and pass the bundle here. So now let me explain you what will happen. So let's go to this nav graph. Firstly splash screen will be shown. then this fragment, the user will enter the number and click on continue. When we will move from this fragment to another fragment, what will happen? The number which we have written here will also be available here because we have passed it using the bundle. So that's all. That was the concept. If you didn't get it, you can rewatch the video. And thanks for watching it. Don't forget to subscribe. And now let's test the app. So our app has run. This is the splash screen. And then here we have to enter the number. So click on it. And if you write a 10-digit number, so let's start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 10-digit number and click on continue. You can see we are going to the next fragment. And if I write only 9-digit number and click on continue, you can see it is saying enter a valid number. And if I don't write any number, then again it will say enter a valid number. And if I write a 10-digit number, again I will write the same number and click on continue. We are going to the another fragment, and here we also have that number we have just wrote on the edit text, but it is not showing here because we have not written it here. So this is the OTP fragment and how our control will look. From the login fragment, when the user input the number, we will go to OTP fragment, and the UI of OTP fragment will look similar to this login fragment. You can see you have an image here, text, and here text input, and then continue button. So same thing will be there in OTP fragment, but the text input will be OTP. So now let's copy this from fragment login because we need same UI. So we will copy whole. So just press Ctrl and A and just Ctrl plus C to copy it, and make sure in this next screen you change this. So now go to OTP fragment and press Ctrl A and Ctrl V, and now the thing I said, we have to change this from login fragment to OTP fragment, and make sure you use a dot before it. So this is our OTP fragment. So we need to change some sort of thing. So firstly, let's change the image inside this linear layout. We have so many views. Firstly, we will change the image view. You can see in this screen here we have image view of user, but we need image view of OTP. So there is no such icon for OTP. So firstly, go to drawable, go to new, create a vector asset, and in vector asset click on this clip art arrow, and here search for password because there is no such icon for OTP. So we will use password OTP password icon. So I am using the second one. Click on OK and then name it as IC_TP and then click on next and then finish. Now here you have to pass IC_OTP. So this is how our icon will look. Now instead of writing login or setup, sign up, we can write do not share OTP with other. You can write any other, or you can write also others. So let me make this text short. So instead of any other, I will write just others. So this text view is done. Now in the next text view, here enter the details below. Instead of details, we will write OTP, and also in this edit text here, in place of enter your phone number, we will write enter your OTP, and this icon we will change it. So instead of IC_phone, we will use IC_OTP, and we can increase the distance between text and this image. So in drawable padding, instead of 7, give it 10 dp. Yes, 10 dp is looking good. And you can also change it in fragment login, or you can keep it as it is. So let me change it there also. So now if you see in the nav graph, you can see our fragment is ready, but we have one navigation from OTP fragment to login fragment. So this is because when the user entered the wrong number, but OTP is sent to that wrong number, and user sees the number is wrong, so he have to come back to the previous fragment to correct the number. So we have to create that flow also, and to create that flow we can use a app bar where we will provide an icon which will move from this screen to our login screen. So go here inside our OTP fragment. So just above the linear layout, we will create one app bar. So here write toolbar and select the material one, the third. So click on this, and width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and after this we have to give it a title of OTP enter, or we can say enter the OTP, enter OTP, and in the next line we have to just give it a navigation icon, and the icon will be IC underscore back. So just go to drawable, click on new, click on vector asset, click on this clip art, right here back, select any icon you want. I am selecting the first one. OK, you can also select this one, click on OK, and you can remove this name, and I will write IC underscore back, click on next, click on finish. So now inside the navigation icon, just write here @drawable slash IC underscore back. So you can see a back option is added here. So just came in my mind, you can see in our whole UI, the user can't see if the number he entered is correct or incorrect. So for this, either we can add one text, we can also edit this text. Do not share your OTP with this text. So let's edit this one also. So here firstly let's give it an ID, because we will change it in runtime. So right here ID, and the ID will be mobile, or you can say the ID will be number. Just remove it, right here number, and we will change it in runtime. So here inside the enter the OTP, ET instead of this ID, right here edit text underscore OTP, and the ID for continue button is okay, we don't have to change it. So now in this we have to fix the position of our app bar and this linear layout. We need this linear layout just below the app bar. So for this, give it an ID to this toolbar, right here toolbar, and then inside the linear layout we can write layout below and give the ID of toolbar. This will bring the toolbar just above the linear layout. So that's it. Now we can change the background color of our app bar. I am using app bar toolbar frequently, but both are same. You don't need to get confused in both. So just add a background and name the color. We can write for now black, and we have to choose it here. Go to custom color, or we can also give light gray. This is not matching our app's theme, so let's make it primary color, but this will hide the text, and we will have to change the color of text also. So make it primary, and inside this in the next line write title text color and give it as white color, and for the icon color right here navigation icon tint and write the color white. So this looks good. Our work is done. We have successfully built the UI of this fragment. Now we need to just map this with the backend of this page, and also we need to use the Firebase for all these functions. Everything will be handled through Firebase, from OTP sending to saving the number, from saving the user details. So now let's go to your Google Chrome and write Firebase there, and you have to click on the first link of the Firebase, and you can scroll down. You can click on Get Started in Console. Here you have to create a new project for your app. These are my all old project, so click a Firebase project and then enter your project name. So as my project name is chit chat, so I will write chit chat and then click on continue, and here click on continue. You can disable this, and then you can disable this also. Create project. It will take some time. So my project is ready. Click on continue. So you can see we are making this app for Android. Click on Android. Here you have to write the company name that is inside your Android Studio. If you go to your Gradle build, or you can also check in other thing, inside Gradle build you see here a namespace of com.pawansingh.chitchat. This is the package name which we kept when we were creating the project. So just paste it here and make sure you don't make any mistake while pasting it. And now it is saying to give a nickname to the app if you want to. It is optional step, and so I will write here chit chat. If you don't want to give any nickname, so it is okay. It is not mandatory step. This step is also optional, but for us this is mandatory because for auth we need this. So go to Android Studio, and inside the Android Studio in the right side you can see a Gradle option here, and inside Gradle option you will see these three options: task, run configuration, and app. Go to task, go to Android and click on this signing report. So this will open the console at the bottom, and then it will produce some code for us, and here you can see SHA1 key. So just copy this SHA1 key. Just do it this step carefully and then paste it here, and then click on register app. This step is very crucial, and now you have to download this JSON file. So it will get downloaded from here, you can see, and now click on next. Here is the documentation given what you have to do to integrate Firebase with your project. Here it is given what we have to do in the plugin, and then what we have to do in the module of app level Gradle file. You can read it. Just click on next and continue to console. So in this, firstly go to the project setting. We need to add some more keys. So scroll down, and here you can see we have already added the SHA1 key. Now click on add fingerprint. Now we need SHA1 and SHA256. SHA1 we have already added. Go again to Android Studio. Just below the SHA1 you see SHA256. So copy this carefully again, Control C, and then paste it here, and it will automatically detect that it is SHA256 key. So just click on save. So now our new certificate is added, and this certification is important because we are using the authentication feature of our app. So go to build, click on authentication, and click on get started. So it will ask us option that which provider do we need. Do we need email, password or phone? Click on phone, just enable it and scroll down. Here we can add some dummy numbers so that we can test the app. So let me write a number, let it be 9. Just write 10 times 9, and then it is showing us some error because we have to enter the country code also. So I will just write 91. This is the country code of India, and then write 10 times 9, and then we have to add the verification code. This is the OTP which will be received if we don't add any dummy number, but for this dummy number we will receive this OTP. So it is still showing the disable. What is the issue? Let me check. So phone is added, just remove it. So here you can click on this icon, edit, click on enable and scroll down and then click on save. So now it is showing enabled, and here you can see a warning to prevent abuse. New project currently have sent 10 SMS per day, but we don't need any SMS feature because we will be using dummy number where we already know the OTP of it. So scroll down. That's it. We have successfully established our authentication using Firebase, and you can see in the user section we don't have any user currently, and the user will be registered here when we authenticate it in the app. So go to the downloads and now locate this file, the first one, this one, and here you will see a Google service file. Just make sure you name this file as it is, keep the name as Google service, and just copy this file. If you change the name of this file, this will create some problem, so just copy this file and then go back to the Android Studio. Here inside this Android Studio, just delete it and minimize it. So and close this also, and inside just close this. So now inside this you can see the project module. So now inside the project module, go to app and then paste the file which we have copied. Paste it. Here also you can see a rename option. Just name it google-service.json. So this file will be pasted. It contains a unique API key for each users. So just close it. And now we need to just implement the UI to the backend. Just cut this all folders. So just cut this, and inside the OTP fragment, just remove the unwanted codes. Like firstly remove this, and then remove this also, and remove this companion object. So firstly we need to enable the binding. For this, just go below the class and write here late init where binding, and give it the type of the binding, and its type will be fragment OTP binding. So now we have declared the binding variable. So now we need to initialize it. Now we have to initialize it in on create view. Just below this commented line, write binding is equals to fragment OTP binding dot inflate, and pass here the layout inflator. Just pass layout inflator, and in this return statement just remove this, and then write here binding dot root. So our binding is done. So in this fragment what we will do, let me show you firstly the another fragment, that is login fragment. So when the user will input the number, okay, so let me explain you it correctly. Go to navigation and inside this nav graph. So when the user will enter his details after the splash screen here, so what we will do, we will fetch the number in between here in this fragment, and then in that number we will send the OTP to the user. And if we go to the login fragment activity, login fragment, here you can see we have already passed that number inside a bundle. This one we created earlier, and this bundle stores the number of the user in the key number here, and then we are passing this bundle when we are navigating from one fragment to another fragment here. So firstly, what we need to do in OTP fragment, so firstly we need to fetch the number the user is passing. So let's fetch that number through bundle. So let's create a function here, get user number, and just press alt enter and click on this create a function. Now here we will get the user number, and for that we will create a variable and save it well, and give it bundle is equals to argument. So when we send a bundle from one activity to another activity, we receive it as an argument. So let's write the if condition. If the bundle is not null, which means the number is passed from that fragment. So right here we will fetch the number and save it in a variable. So right here val number is equals to bundle dot get string. It is automatically suggesting me the AI of this, and here we will pass the key, which is number, number, and now we have that mobile number of the user which was passed from here, and make sure this key and this both matches. If there is a small error, the number will not be passed, and here we will use dot to string method to convert it into string. And here you can see in our OTP fragment, here we are writing a number which is passed by the user. So we will have to set this text also. So as we have fetched the number, we can change now the text of this. So right here binding dot number dot text is equals to, so we have to write the number with country code. So we are not passing the country code, so let's manually add it here. So inside double quotes write +91 and give a dollar symbol and write number. So this is how we do string concatenation in Kotlin. So that's it. We have set the text there and also fetched the number. So now what we will do after fetching the number? So in the backend, we will ask the Firebase to send the OTP and this number. So for this, firstly let's make a toast to tell the user that we are sending an OTP. So right here toast dot make test, and inside this firstly pass the context, right here required context, comma, and then write the text you want to show to the user. I will show sending OTP, and then write a comma outside the quotes, right here toast dot length short dot show, and then after showing this text we will send OTP at the backend. So after this toast, right here we will write another function of send OTP, and again press Alt Enter, or you can just right click and click on create a function. And now we will implement this function. So in order to implement this function, let's open the Google Chrome, and this is our Firebase. Till now we have enabled the authentication feature of it, and we will implement this feature here using the sign in method. Here we will use the phones method, and we have already enabled it. And when you go to the edit, we have already added a dummy number. Let's me check it. So this one with country code 91 and whole number is 9, and the OTP we will receive will be 6 times 9. So let me open a new tab and write here Firebase phone auth documentation. You can write anything, it will take you to the same page. So open the first link, this one, click it, and there you can read the whole documentation. I have already read it, so I will show you just main part of it. So before we begin, firstly we have to add Firebase to our Android project. We have already done it, and we have implemented these dependencies in our app. So let's go to the next step. Here we have to enable phone number sign in to Firebase project. I have just shown you that we have already implemented it. This one, it is talking about this step. So now go back. So here we have to enable the app verification. This is not that necessary because Google Play will automatically do it for us. It will send the captcha, or sometime it will automatically do it using Play Integrity API. So now let's move to the next step. So you can read the document if you want, and it is saying that we will be asked to fill the reCAPTCHA and all. It will ask whether we are a robot or not. So this is the real part that we have to implement. Make sure you are in Kotlin section, and we have to write this function and not this one. This will decide the language, and this one function. These both functions are important for us, and you can read this documentation. Then we will have to send the callback, verification callback, and then we will have to create a phone auth credential, and then we will sign in the user using these functions. So let's firstly send the OTP to the user phone number. So start with this. So let's go to Android Studio, and inside this you can go to tools and then click on Firebase. Here there is a natural, it's like inbuilt glitch of Android Studio, so you don't need to worry. So scroll up and click on the authentication. So you can see these all options are for Google, but we have to implement the custom. So just click on custom, and you can scroll down, click on this, and then it will implement these dependencies to your project, and then click on accept changes, and it will automatically add those dependencies, and it will sync then your project. So our project got synced completely. Now we can close this, and now we can work. You can see here the proof. You can see the authentication, Firebase authentication is implemented here. So now let's work in fragment and implement the OTP fragment. So this one. So while implementing such function which are related to Firebase, we need to call some methods again and again. So in order to create or make them easy, so we need to create a folder, or we can say a class, where we will implement all those methods and just call them. So let's create a view model class. So let's go to the root of this and create a new Kotlin class file, and we will name it view model, and make sure you give it a good name because it is considered a good practice in industry. So it is related to authentication. So we will write it auth view model. So click on enter. So our class is built now. So firstly, we will need to extend it using view model. So write a colon and write here view model. So extended it using view model gives us so many methods, and write bracket after it because we are calling its constructor. So here we will write the method which will directly interact with the backend, and this makes us a clean view of other classes. So this hide the complexity of the app. So right here fun, and it will be a send OTP function which will receive a number. So right here number, or we can write phone number and give it a type of string, and then write a curly braces, and inside this it is automatically giving me suggestions. So let me firstly go to the document and show you how we will implement this. If you read the documentation, it is clearly written what we need to do and why we need to do all, and I will directly do it because I don't have much time to explain you all this documentation. So firstly we will just copy these methods, and in this method we have to set a callback also. I will show you where is the callback. This is the callback. I told you that we need this function. So let's copy this first and go to Android Studio and paste it here. So let's clean this first. So let's firstly remove this comment here. So remove this, and now let's import this phone auth credential, this one, import class, and inside this we don't need these things. So let's remove these two lines. Import this function Firebase exception, and just remove whole content inside this function because we are not going to implement these functions. So remove from this function also. On verification completed, remove this whole content, and inside this function also, on verification failed, remove all content inside it. We only need this function on code send. So remove this content, and let's import this here. Click on import class. So this is the function we need because when the OTP will be sent, this function will get invoked and a callback will be set to other part of this code. So in this function you can see inside the on send function, you can see we will receive an verification ID in string format and a token in phone auth provider this format. Whatever this format is, we don't need to worry about it. It will be handled by the Firestore or Firebase, sorry. So we just need to implement this, and these two things will be used further in the next step of OTP sending and verification. So this callback, let's make it well. So now the error is gone. So now we needed this callback to implement a part of this code. Here if you see, we needed this callback in this part of this code. So just copy this code and then paste it just below this value, and here let's first import this time unit, sorry, and import the first one, and also import this phone auth options. And here firstly let's deal with this. Here you can see set activity, and this is written here, which mean to say which activity is implementing this method. But we are not writing this code inside any activity, so we need to fetch the activity when we will call this. So we need to pass the activity. So how we are going to pass it? We will use this activity inside auth activity and OTP fragment. So we will just write here, after string, write a comma, and then write activity, sorry, not colon, just write comma, and then after this give it a type, write colon and write activity, and press enter. And instead of this, pass here activity. So our this work is also done. Now here you see the phone number which we have passed to this function is used here, and this auth. Now what is this auth? This auth is giving an error because we have not implemented it yet, we have not written it. So auth meant to say the person who is requesting for the OTP, whether he is signing in or just signing up. So for this we need to create the auth first, and this callback will be used here inside the set callback. So if you don't know what is callback, you can search it on Google. It's a simple method, or we can say implementation of methods. So let's first implement this auth, and for this we will create a utility class, which is just a tool class, which is a helping class. So click on new, just click on Kotlin class and write here utils. And utility class is an object class because we can call it anywhere without creating its object. So instead of class, write here object, and inside this utility we will firstly create an auth for the user, current user. So write here private where Firebase auth instance, and it will be of type Firebase auth, and then give it a question mark because at first we will initialize it with null. And so what will happen, if this value is null, then we will create an instance of the user, and if this value is not null, we will return this variable. So just write a function get Firebase auth instance, and here it will be of type Firebase auth, and write curly braces. Here write if condition, if Firebase auth instance, just copy this and paste it here, is equals to null. If the instance is null, then we will create the instance. So let's create the instance. So write here Firebase auth instance is equals to Firebase auth dot get instance. So what is happening inside this function? You can see if the Firebase auth instance is null, then only we are calling to the Firebase auth and getting the instance. So if this Firebase instance is not null, then we will directly return this. So write here return Firebase auth instance. And as this value will never be null, so we will have to assert two exclamatory marks. So that's it for this function. I hope you are getting why this function is used. So firstly we will initialize the value with null, and if the value is null when we call it second time, then we will call Firebase auth and get instance, and if this value is not null, then we will just return it. So now let's go here and call that value. So write here utils dot, firstly we will have to import it, and utils dot get Firebase instance. So here we have successfully added the auth. So now let's open this documentation part again. And now if you scroll down, after verifying the callbacks, what we have to do, we have to create a phone auth credential object. But if you want to know what is this, then you can go through this article. It's a small article and it is telling how to do and what to do. So we have to create a value which will be a credential, and you can see this value is storing a verification ID, this one, and we have to use this inside on code send. So where you can get this verification ID? So let me show you. You can see inside on code send, you can see this verification ID. So we will get it from there on code send and use it here inside this credential. So now let's move to Android Studio. So you can see inside on code send, we are already getting the verification ID and we will use it in the variable. So where is this? Yes, inside this on code send, this is verification ID. So firstly, this is verification ID and this function will run in the runtime. So the verification ID will change. So for this, we will use a variable which can be changed on runtime. So right here private val and write it as verification ID and is equals to, we will not store it as any normal variable, we will store it as mutable flow. If you don't know what is mutable flow, then you can refer to any article or I can just explain it to you in a minute. So refer to this image, you can see the state flow. Inside this we have a current state. This is the value, like we create a variable. So if the current state is null, then all the collectors or outside, you can see we have 4 collectors and each collector will have the value of current state. As soon as the value of the current state changes from null to anything, all those collectors, the value will be also changed. So let me show you how it works in this code. So right here equals to mutable state flow, and after inside this we have to use this diamond operator and we have to specify its type. It is a type of string, and after this we have to specify the initial value of mutable state flow, and it is similar to live data if you know what is live data, but we don't have to specify its initial value. So here we have to initialize the initial value, it is null, and so we will have to make it null type. So after this, now we can save value in this. So inside the on code send, we will just initialize it again, and we will follow the convention of view model, just write underscore in private values name. So right here underscore verification ID is equals to verification ID which we have received. So now here it will give an error. Why? Because this is a variable. The verification ID which is coming in this on code send, it is variable, but this is not a variable, it is mutable state flow. So how we can store value in this? So for storing value in this verification ID, we have to use just dot value inside it. See, now the error is gone. Now whenever this on create send verification ID will change, the value of this variable which we have created will also change, and whenever we will use it, the changed value will be reflected in the runtime. So that's all, and now we will use this in other variables also. So if you didn't get this concept, then you can revisit the video or you can revisit the part where I explained, and you can also refer to any article which is easy to understand. So now what we will do, we will just use this view model in our OTP fragment. So let's call this first view model and we will initialize it with view model. So right here private val view model and then its type colon auth view model. So let's remove this and write here by and write here view models and remove this curly braces. We will use this one bracket, and now we can use this view model inside our send OTP method. So right here, firstly we need to call this send OTP method inside this. So we will call it through view model. So just write here view model, right here view model dot send OTP, and inside this we have to firstly pass the phone number. So phone number, here you can see we have got this number here, but we want to use this inside our send OTP function, so we can't use because of this scope. So we will have to initialize it globally. So right here let init var, and here we will name it as number, and it will be of type string. That's it. And now inside this function just remove val from it. So that's it. And now we can use this number, this one number, in our send OTP function. So here firstly we will have to pass the number, and then it will ask for the activity where we will use it. So just write here required activity. That's it, our send OTP function is implemented. Now what we have to do, after sending the OTP, what we have to do, we have to verify the OTP. So now how we will verify the OTP? So before verifying the OTP, we have to do one thing. As soon as we send the OTP to the user, we have to show him that we have already sent the OTP to you. So for this we can implement, or we can use a variable which will be also of mutable type, which will change on runtime. So what we will do, so we have to go to our auth view model. So let's open this. So as soon as this function run on code send, what we will do, we will change the value of variable to true, and if the value gets true, we will show a toast message to the user that we have sent an OTP to you and you can check it. So let's create a variable here, and we will initialize it here inside on code send. So let's do it. So after this, right here private val underscore OTP sent, and again we will use mutable state flow, and it will be of type boolean because we are storing true or false. So right here boolean, and initialize it with false. So now we will store its value, and as it is private, we cannot use it in other function or other class here. So what we need to do, we need to expose it using public value. So firstly let's expose it. So right here val verification, OTP sent is equals to the underscore value of OTP sent, and that's it. Now we can use this OTP sent in other functions also or other classes also. This is just a convention of view model where we expose some value and we hide some values. So let's use this, and let's initialize this inside this on code sent. So when the code will be sent inside this function, the function will run. So what we will do, we will make it as true. You can see I have written already the code, underscore OTP sent dot value is equals to true. So as soon as this function will run, the value will be initialized to true, and hence our OTP sent, which is a public variable, also get true value. Now let's use this variable inside our OTP fragment. So let's go to OTP fragment. And here, as soon as the OTP is sent, what we will do, we will collect the value of our OTP sent. So right here viewModel.OTP sent, and so we have to collect this value as flow, because I already told you that it is mutable flow, and as a normal variable we cannot directly use it. We have to collect its flow. Because it is a flow, we have to collect it. So for this, what we will do, just write dot collect, and inside this braces we will collect this value. As you can see, our code is getting redundant. You can see we have used view model here, also view model here in this line. The first word is view model dot send OTP, view model dot OTP sent. So what we can do, we can just do this inside one function. So what we will do, just write here view model dot apply. So now whatever we will call from view model, we can just write it inside this apply method. So write it here. So now you can see we just copy pasted the below code, and now you can write here OTP dot collect. So now it will give an error. Why? Because the collect method is not a normal method, it is a suspend method. If you hover on it, you can see it is a suspend function. So it can be called inside any other suspend function. So what are suspend functions? You can check in any article like GFG and all, but it is not necessary this time. So I will just use a function which will let us use suspend function inside it. So just write after this function call, right here lifecycle scope dot launch, and now inside it, if we use OTP sent dot collect, now you can see it is not giving us any error because we have used suspend function outside it. So just remove this, and now here we can use the variable OTP sent, and we will call it as it. If you don't know about such functions like lambda, so you have to just go through it. And here I know the deep concept of Kotlin are used, so just write if it equals to, or we can just write it because it is a boolean value. So right here we will show a message toast dot make test dot OTP sent, because on sending the OTP this variable will get true. And here firstly we will send the OTP, and then we will inform, after sending the OTP we will inform the user that the OTP is sent successfully. So inside this view model, as soon as this function will run, the value will get true. This value inside this function will run and the value will get true here. And then when we will call it here, this it will become true, and we will collect it, and then we will show the users the message that OTP is sent. And inside the else statement, so after just writing if statement, write else statement also, and here also we will show a toast, and automatically it is giving me suggestion, so just press tab. So we will say the OTP is not sent here, but this function will run automatically, so just remove it because initially the value of it is false. So directly else statement will run, then as soon as the it value is changed, so the first function will run. So just remove the else function. I hope you are able to understand it, but if you are unable to understand it, firstly clear your concept of Kotlin, then only you can watch this video. It is understandable that the Kotlin I have used is a bit complex, because in industry this level of Kotlin is used. You have to get familiar with it. So it was my responsibility to introduce you with this. Earlier we have used the simple Kotlin only. So now things will get harder now. So just get used to it. Okay, so we did a mistake in this. So the OTP we are sending to this number, which is without any country code. You can see we have not written any country code here. So for this we will have to send the phone number with country code. So we can write manually here. Just write double quotes and write +91 and then write a dollar symbol and close the double quote here, because if we see the dummy number inside our Firebase here in our user section, sign in method, and then inside it the dummy number which we added. Scroll down here. If you click on this drop down, you can see we have added a country code also +91. Then we have added the number. So number which we collect is 10 times 9, and but it must be sent with country code. So that's it, we implemented it here. Otherwise it will give an error or the OTP will not be sent to the number. So now that's it. So till now whatever we have done, we have just written it just to send the OTP to the user. So if you go to the navigation graph, this one, firstly splash screen, then user will enter the number and click on continue. So while moving from this screen to this screen, we will send the OTP, and this function we have implemented. So now what, after sending the OTP to the user, and this code will run in the backend. So what, after sending the code, the user will reach to this and he will write the code in this, and then he will click continue button and we will perform a check inside the Firebase, or the Firebase will do it automatically. We don't have to do it. So as soon as the user will click on continue, the OTP the user have written inside this text box will be sent to Firebase, and Firebase will verify it whether the OTP is correct or not. So now after the sent OTP, what we will do, I just explained you, we will just verify it. So write here a function on login button clicked as soon as the user will click on login button. So let's implement this function. So here firstly what we will do, we will fetch the OTP user have written in his text box. So write here binding dot button continue dot set on click listener. So firstly what we will do, we will store the OTP inside a variable. So write here val OTP is equals to binding dot edit text OTP. So it means et OTP dot text dot to string. So here we have stored the OTP which is written by the user on his text box. So what we will do, in the next line we will check the length of OTP. If OTP dot length is not equals to 6, so what we will do, if the length is not equals to 6, we will show a toast message to the user, and toast, it is automatically giving us hint. So just remove this else part. So if the OTP is of length 6, is not of length 6, what we will do, we will show a message that it is an invalid OTP. But if the OTP is of 6 length, then what we will do, so write inside the else function, firstly we will show a message to the user toast dot make text, and context will be required context, comma, and the message will be verifying OTP, and then comma toast dot length short dot show. And hence now what we will do, we will actually verify the OTP at the backend. So for this we will write a function. So just write here verify OTP and pass this OTP which we have stored. And now we have to implement this function again. So you can just press Alt Enter, or you can hover on it and click on create function. This one, click on it, or you can just manually type it. Private fun on verify OTP. It will take a value of OTP which will be of type string, and open the braces. So here what we will do, firstly we will verify the OTP, and for this we will again write code inside our view model so that this code will be look clean. And for this, let's go to the documentation of Firebase again. So here, after create a phone auth credential object, firstly we need to copy this line. So wait a minute, before copying this line, just scroll down. We have to copy this function first. We will use this function. This will just authenticate the OTPs and verify both of them, the OTP sent and the credentials which is given in above. So just copy this function, copy, and go to Android Studio again, and we will use this function inside auth view model. And here after this function, the function we already written, paste it, and inside this if statement remove all the code, and also inside this else statement remove all this code. So now here you can see it is asking for auth and all. I will tell you what is this again. So firstly remove this private because we need this function in other class. Again go to the documentation and scroll up. Now copy this credential, Control C, and go to Android Studio and just paste it inside the function. And now you can see we have this verification ID. So what is this verification ID? We have already mentioned it above. So just remove this verification ID and use our underscore verification ID. And what is this code? This is the OTP written by user on the screen. So just write here OTP. So how we will get this? Just remove it. We will pass this in function argument. So we don't need this phone auth credential because we have already created it inside function. So write here OTP colon string, because the OTP which we will use, it will be of string type. So after this verification ID, write comma and write OTP. So it is showing error because, as I already told, this is a mutable flow, but we need this its value. So write dot value dot to string to convert the value into a string. So now this is done. Now we can work with this auth. What is this auth? We have already used it in our above function. Here you can see we have already stored the auth in utils. So instead of auth, write here utils dot get Firebase auth instance. And after this, the sign in with credential function is using the credential which we have already pasted here. So now here inside this on complete listener, we have used the word this. This meant to say the activity, but this model is not an activity, so we need to pass an activity as we passed it here. So again inside this argument, write comma and pass activity colon, it will be of type activity. Now in place of this we can use activity. Now all the errors are gone. So if the task is successful, which means the verification is done. So how the verification is being done here? You can see we have passed the inside the first line, you can see the credential it is asking for. We have passed the verification ID which is sent by the Firebase, and then we have sent the OTP which is written by the user, and it will use this credential inside this function. So the user instance will be called here, and then this method will be called, and here we are passing the credential which we have made, and it will match the verification ID and OTP. If this will success, so then this method will call on complete listener, and if the task will get successful, firstly we will pass the activity, and if the task is successful, which means the OTP and our verification IDs matches, then it will run the if condition, otherwise it will run the else condition. So this is what will happen in the backend. So we can create a variable which will be of mutable type, and if the task will get successful, we will store the value true there. So let's create a value again. So write private val and then write underscore user. We can say is signed in, and it will be of mutable flow boolean, and it value will be false, and then we will expose it. So in the next line it is automatically suggesting me, I will just press the tab, and this is value we have created, and the above value will store in it. So we will just change the value of underscore is signed in, it will be true, and we have to set its value as true. So write dot value after it, and we don't need this else part, just remove it, otherwise the else part will run first, then if condition will run first. So just go to OTP fragment, and then inside this, firstly we will call the view model. So write here view model. As I told you earlier, we will not write the redundant code, so write view model dot apply, and inside this we will call the method first. Write sign in with phone auth credential. Firstly we will need to pass the OTP written by the user, comma the required activity, and then we will call a suspend function. For this we will write lifecycle scope, which is used to write the suspend function inside non-suspend function. So write here lifecycle scope dot launch. It is giving an error. Sorry, I have written lifecycle here. So just write it lifecycle scope dot launch, and then we will get the value of the variable we have just saved. Write here if signed in dot collect, and if it, which means to say its value is true. So what we will do, we will show a message to the user. So write here toast dot make text and pass the context, which will be required context, comma pass the message. We can say OTP verified, or we can say logged in successful. Logged in successfully. Sorry for the spelling mistake. Remove this double L, comma. We have to pass the duration. Just enter the tab and close it. Then what after the OTP is verified, we will move from one activity to another activity. So for this we have not created any activity or page. So for now just we can write it inside a comment that we will navigate. So just write a comment, we will navigate to other screen. So let me tell you how the flow will work. So firstly let me take you to the navigation screen. I will tell you it in fast way. So firstly, from moving this screen to this screen, our verification code will be sent, and the code will be entered here, and when press on click continue, the OTP will be verified in the backend, and then if the OTP is verified, then we will go to the new screen. So we have to write that code here. But what if the OTP verification is failed? Sorry. So what if the OTP verification is failed? We will do it in else part and we will show a toast. So just press tab and we will write login failed. So that's it. And now our all work is done except one thing. If you see the enter OTP section, here we have one back press icon. So we have to go to OTP fragment and implement that on back pressed button. So right here on back pressed and then click on create function. So now we have to write the code for on back pressed inside our OTP fragment. So remove this and write here binding dot toolbar, because the button is in toolbar. So dot right here set navigation on click listener. It is automatically giving me suggestion navigation on click listener. And then what we have to do, we have to navigate from this screen to previous screen. So for this, right here find nav controller dot navigate r dot id dot action from OTP fragment to login fragment, the last option, this one, and press on enter. So before running the app, we forgot to add some permissions. So go to the menu here inside the manifest file. Above this application tag, we have to give some permissions of internet, because verification will be done in the runtime by the Firebase. So right here user uses permission, and then right here internet. So the second one, click and close this tag. And also if someone is using Wi-Fi, so right here uses permission name access Wi-Fi state, the second one, and click on enter and click close the tag. And also access network state uses permission access network state, the first one, and close the tag. So now let's run the app. So after running the app, I got some error in the app. Open your build.gradle file. If you see here, we have only added this authentication dependency, this one. But if you go to the documentation, this part, and you see there in the first step, we have to include this also. We have already included this. We need the first one, the bomb one. So just copy it and go to Android Studio, and after this auth dependency, just paste it and then click on sync now. So it will take some time. So our app got sync. So now we can run the app. So our app has run. Firstly, its plus screen will come, and then here we have to enter the number. So I will write 10 times 9 and then click on continue. You can see, and sending OTP message, and then OTP sent. And then if I write OTP, which is 6 times 9, and click on continue, it will say verifying OTP and then login successful. It shows us login failed message first, and then we move to hello world screen. You might not see the hello world screen in your app because I have made some changes. Now you can see our database inside the Firebase. So let's open the Firebase. Here you can see currently no user is logged in because this page is not refreshed. So if we refresh this page, so now you can see here the user logged in is showing, and here the number is shown and the user ID. Don't focus on date created and signed in, because I told you that some videos are old, some videos are new, because some videos got deleted, so I have to reshoot them. So now let's build the app. So open your Android Studio. So till now we have built splash screen, and user will enter the number and then he will send the OTP. So let me show you in the nav graph the how the whole flow will work. So here you can see, firstly splash screen, then user will enter the number and then OTP will be sent to user and he will input the OTP here. And then what after OTP, if the OTP is verified, then what we will do, we will take the user information like username and other details like picture of the user. So for this we will create a new fragment. So to add a new fragment, just click on this icon, create a new destination, blank fragment, and click on next and name this fragment as user detail and then click on finish. So now here you can see a new screen is generated, and just drag it and keep it after OTP fragment and make a flow from OTP to this user detail fragment, because when the OTP will be verified, then only we will go to this user detail fragment. So now let's open the XML. So go to the layout file inside the resources and open this file, fragment user details. So this is our user details and split it. You can see this is how our UI look, and we are going to copy the UI of OTP fragment because this is where we are also accepting the details from the user. But the problem is it has a toolbar, this one. So we don't need a toolbar, so we are going to copy from login fragment. So press Ctrl A and Ctrl C, and here you can see the only thing which differentiate the both fragment is this dot login fragment. So go to here and here you can see dot user details. So select all, paste, and we have to change this to dot user fragment, user detail, and that's it. Here we have to modify some UI like this text view. This is okay. Here we can later on accept the user DP. If this playlist get more views, then only we will do it. For now I am keeping it as it is, and then we will change this text instead of login or sign up, and this text also we will change. So firstly change the first one. So instead of login or sign up, select this text. We can say welcome to chit chat. This is our application name, and in the second text click here. So we can say enter the username, enter your username, and remove this below also. And here in this hint, remove this. We can give the name of example of username like EG, and the username whatever you want to write like ABC and etc. But I will write here username, so just remove it and write username as a hint. And also we are going to change this drawable icon, this one here. Remove this from IC underscore phone to IC underscore person. So that's all. Our work for this fragment is also done. So when the user will click on continue button, then he will go to the chat section, and we will implement it in another video. So firstly let's complete this task. We will take the input from the user and save the details in the Firebase, and for this we will use Firebase Realtime Database. Now close all these open files, close this also, and open the user detail fragment and ignore this file, the file which is here, because I have already worked in it, so that's why I made this file, and you don't need to worry about it. You may not see this file in your code. So let's remove this code which is already present here. So select this and remove it. Select this also, and this companion object. So this is our fragment. Firstly we will enable the view binding here. So right here private where late init private let init var, and name it as binding, and right colon and give its type. Its type will be fragment user detail binding. It is already giving me suggestions, so click on enter. So we have declared it. Now we need to initialize it inside our on create view. So remove this commented line and write here binding is equals to fragment user binding dot inflate, and pass here layout inflator, and in this return statement remove this whole statement and write here binding dot root. That's it, our view binding is successfully done, and we have to write code in between these two lines. So firstly, what we will do, we will get the user details. So write here get details and make it a function. So click alt enter and click the function, create the function, and write inside it binding dot et number. Okay, so we haven't changed the ID. So go to our user details fragment XML. Here in this, here we have given the ID as et number, so we need to change it. Right here et underscore username. So that's it. Now go back to the class user details. Here instead of et number, write here et username. So we are going to store this in a variable. So let's declare the variable first at the top. So here after this binding, write here val username and initialize it with empty string. So when the user will click on the continue button, that time we will be fetching this text. So for this we have to create a on click listener before fetching the text. So inside the get details, here we have to write binding dot btn continue dot set on click listener, and inside this we have to cut this code and paste it here. Username is equals to paste it dot text dot toString. So here we have a username which is entered by the user, and we have stored it in username variable when the user will click on this continue button. So if you are familiar about the databases, you must be knowing that we have to initialize or declare the type of data which is we are going to save inside the database. So for now we don't have any data type to store the user details. Like we will store the user number, username and user ID in our database. So for this we will have to create a data type of our own, and in development process the data type which we create by our own are known as models. So we need to create our own model. So let's go to the root of this project. Here click on new. Let's create a package first and name it as model, and inside this model we have to create a new. Go to Kotlin class and name it as users. So it is just a naming convention that we give the similar name whatever we are saving in the database, and Kotlin gives us a feature that if we declaring a data type of our own, so we must create a data class. So just click the down arrow and go to data class and click on enter. So this is how our data class look, and here inside this we have to pass the variables. So write here val. Firstly we will store the user ID, so write it uid and it will be of type string, and then write a comma. After string we will be saving the user number and user name, so write here val phone number, it will be of type string also, and write comma, and again val username, again it will be of type string. So that's it. And even if you are familiar with C programming language, then this is the structure we have made. It is similar to defining a struct. And if you are from Java background, then there we create just a normal class and then define its getter and setter and constructor also. But here Kotlin gives us benefit that we don't need to declare any getter and setter, because this data class is already create its getter and setter in the runtime. So we don't need to explicitly declare all those getter and setter or constructor. So this is the benefit with Kotlin. It reduces the boilerplate code for us. So now you might be thinking why we are saving this user ID. So let me tell you, to identify each user as a unique, we need a field that must distinguish between two users that they are different. For example, in your class, the username can be same, but your roll number is different. So here you can say phone number is also different, but we will be using user ID to distinguish between two users, and in language of database it is known as primary key. So last two fields like phone number and username we are going to get from user, but how we will get this user ID? So let's go to the utils and let's create a function where we will get the UID from the Firebase. Right here fun get user ID and write a bracket, and it will be of type string because we are storing the UID as string. So open the bracket and it will return Firebase auth dot get instance dot UID or current user, and then right here dot UID. So it will give us error and we will have to insert here two exclamatory marks to tell that it will never be null. And also you can comment the name of this operator, why we are using it in the Kotlin. I have already told you in previous video. So now we have all three: user number, user ID and username. And let's go to user detail fragment again. So after clicking on this button, firstly we have username. We don't have user number in this fragment, so let's declare it here, where user number and initialize it with empty string, and where user ID and again initialize it with null or empty string. So how we are going to get these two details, user number and user ID, in this fragment? So for this we will use bundle as we have used it earlier also. Inside OTP fragment you can see we have used here a bundle where we were passing the number from login fragment to OTP fragment, and now here we will do the same. So scroll up. So you might see some additional code here. You have to ignore this code. I will tell you which line you have to ignore. And as I told you, this is the result of the video which got deleted. But later on, I will add all these lines in your code also. So we have already worked with OTP verify OTP function. And here we were moving to main activity after verifying the OTP. And in your code, you might be seeing only the toast code, the first line only. So we have to remove this two lines and also ignore this progress bar line, the line after this toast. Just write here, well, we have to create a bundle. So write bundle is equals to bundle, and after this we will have to put some information in it. So write bundle dot put string. Firstly we will pass the user number, write here number, comma, and write the variable name number, which is already stored in this fragment. In next line we will use the navigation. So write here find nav controller dot navigate, and write here r.id.action, we will navigate from OTP fragment to user detail fragment. So here, this option, click enter, and we also have to pass this bundle which we have created. So write comma and write the bundle. That's it. Now we have to catch this bundle in our user detail fragment. So now let's move to user detail fragment. So go to user detail, and inside this user details function, we will just initialize the bundle first here. We will get it using argument right here. Bundle is equals to argument, and this is how we catch the bundle from other fragment to this fragment. So now we need to initialize the user number variable which we have created above using this bundle. So just write user number is equals to bundle dot get string, and inside the string pass the key which we have passed there, number dot to string, and here it will give us error. Again we will use two exclamatory marks. So that's it. Now we will get the user ID. We will get it from the user utils we have created. So user ID is equals to utils dot get user ID. So now we have all three details of the user in this fragment. So now what we can do, we can simply save these details in our Firebase. So open your Firebase and go to build and click on real-time database, this one, and then it is taking some time to open, and then click on create database. Again it will take some time to create the database for you. Here select is as it is, click on next. In the logged mode, click on next. So okay, our real-time database is created, and you will see this type of interface here, and this is the root of our database which is initialized with null. So now go to Android Studio again and go to utils. Okay, so let's go to the left side menu bar, click on tools, Firebase, and scroll here down. Click on real-time database, get started with real-time database, and click on this add real-time database SDK to your app and accept the changes. This will add a dependency, so just minimize it, and you can see it in your build.gradle here, this line, and you have to ignore the above two lines because those are not used in our project, but I have added them. So our Gradle build is completed. You can close this now, and now go to the user detail, and after this username we have to initialize the Firebase database first. So write Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference dot, and inside the reference we have to firstly set the path. So write here all users without space, and then after the bracket write dot, and we will make the child of this all user folder. Write here child, and the child name will be users, and then write here dot, and we will write the child. Inside this child we have to pass the key for which we will store the user, and it must be the unique key. So for this purpose we have saved the user ID, that's why we stored the user ID. So write here user ID dot, after the bracket write here dot. Now write set value. For this child we will set the value of the user. For this we have to save the user inside a variable first. we have all the user details, but we haven't saved it inside a variable. So let's do it here. So press enter. After the username, we will store all those details inside this type of variable. So after the username, right here, val user equals to user. This is the constructor of user data class which we have created, and here firstly import it, import class users. Now here we have to pass those value in the constructor because it is a data class. I have already told you it will create the constructor for us. So for this, firstly we need to pass the user ID, not username. Firstly we have to pass the user ID, you can see in this. So before username, just write user ID, comma, user number, and then username. So that's it, our user variable is created. Now we can directly store this variable in our Firebase. So inside this head value, we have to write the user variable which we have recently created. But we forgot one thing, that what if the username didn't write any name in the username and then clicked on the button? So what will happen? The null username will be saved in the database, but we don't want this. For this we will use a check. So right here, if username dot length is equals to 0, which means the user haven't written anything in the edit text, then what we will do, we will show an error. So right here, binding dot edit username, binding dot et username dot error equals to, and inside the string right here, username cannot be empty. So that's it. And inside the else condition, if the username is not null, so what we will do, we will just cut this code, not this one, cut this code and paste it inside the else condition. So after taking details from the user and saving it to the Firebase, what we will do, we will go to the new activity. So right here, start activity, create an intent and pass here required context, comma, and then right here main activity, right here main activity, because we will go to the main activity after saving the user, and write double colon and then class dot java. And then what we will do, we will finish all previous activities which we have done. So right here, required activity dot finish affinity. This will close all those activity like auth activity which was opened, and then we will go to the main activity directly. So now that's it. So there is still a small problem in our code. So firstly, we have to go to the OTP fragment and scroll down. So inside the get user number, we are getting just the user number, but we have to also write the country code. So write it as this, I have written here. Write inside double inverted comma +91 space dollar symbol, then write number. Now let's run the app. Okay, so before running the app, let's go to the Firebase. Inside the authentication, we have one user currently. So firstly, let's delete this account and click on delete because we will log in again. So now let's go back to the Android Studio, and now we can again run this app. So our app has installed in our device. Firstly, we will see the splash screen. Then this, we have to enter the user number. So enter 10 times 9 and then click on continue. It is sending the OTP. Firstly, it will show OTP sent. Then only we will enter the OTP. It is 6 times 9 and then click on continue. It is verifying the OTP, login failed and then login successful. So now we have to enter the username here. Okay, so our keyboard is showing only numbers, because we have to change its input type. So let's enter any random number, click on continue. So we are going to our main screen. So our app is working fine. So let's check the backend. So if we open the Firebase, click on refresh. Here you can see, we can see a new user. And if we go to our real-time database, so here we don't have any user. So let's cut this. We don't have any user. So let's refresh this page. We still don't have any user. So this is because we have to modify the rules. So in the real-time database only, go to the rules section. Here, because we have to modify this read and write permission to true. So write here true, and also this one as true, and then click on publish. This will change the setting of our database. And also we have to do one work. So inside our Android Studio, inside the user details fragment XML, here in this edit text, change this input type from number to text. So right here text. So that's it. Now we can run this app again. So app has run in the device. Firstly splash screen. Then again we have to enter the user detail. But we need to correct this because we don't want to enter the user details again and again whenever we log in. So for this we will write the code later. Firstly let's check the functionality which we have corrected. So after entering the number, click on continue. It will send the OTP. So then enter the OTP. It's 6 times 9 and click on continue. And then now here you can see we can enter the username in text format. So let me write just my name, Pawan Singh, and click on continue. Here now you can see we went to the main screen. So now let's check the Firebase. So you can see here user details are saved. Firstly phone number, then user ID, and then username. The username I have entered. So our database and app is working fine. Okay, so our database is working fine, but still we have to implement one more feature. So whenever we run the app in our device, it will again ask for the login. And even if we have logged in earlier, it will again ask for the login. So we need to change this. We want the user to stay logged in the device or in the app until and unless he delete the app. So for this, open the Android Studio. And firstly, inside the Android Studio, you can see as we have so many folders. So firstly, let's organize it. So in your root folder, firstly we will organize those activities and then we will organize the fragments. So inside the root folder, click on new and then create a package, this one, and name this package as activities and enter. So firstly just drag this auth activity inside the activities and click on refactor, and the refactor will change the name from each and every folder, so we don't need to worry about it. And then again we need to drag this main activity to these activities, then again click enter. So we have organized the activity folders. So now here you can see we have all activities inside this activity folder. So now we need to create a new folder. So create a new package and name it as fragment. Sorry, make f small. So right here fragments. And then we have to just drag and drop all the fragments inside the fragment package. Also OTP fragment. Click enter. And this space fragment also. Drag and drop. Enter. Then this user detail fragment also. Drag and drop. Enter. Now you can see how organized our activities and fragments are looking. You can see all activities inside activities package, all fragments inside this fragment package, and models and view model inside this packages. And we can minimize this. So okay, now what we have to do, we have to implement the permanent access feature. For this we will have to work with splash screen and then with view model. So firstly let's open the splash screen. So here you know how our flow is going. So inside the auth activity we are having this splash fragment. So firstly what is splash fragment is doing, after 2.5 seconds it is running this navigate function where we are going from splash screen to login fragment. But before this we need to set a check. If the user is already logged in, then we will send user to the main activity, but if he is not logged in, then only we will go to the login page. So for this we will have to maintain a variable whether the user is already logged in inside the app or not, and for this we will do it inside our auth view model. So now let's go to the auth view model. Here scroll up, let's create variables. Firstly we will create two variables. Again we will follow the view model approach. Right here private val is current user and is equals to mutable state flow. Again it will be of type boolean because it will tell whether the user is logged in or not, and its initial value will be false. And now we will expose it to outside entity. So right here val is current user is equals to, so it is giving error because we have already written is current user name. So just write underscore in previous is current user variable. So that's it. And in the next variable is current user is equals to underscore is current user. So that's it. Now we have to initialize it true when the user is already logged in. So what we will do, we will initialize it inside a init scope. So you must be knowing what is init scope. It is already a basic concept of Kotlin. So how we are going to initialize it? Inside the utils, you see we have this user ID. We can use it also, but we will use this above function get Firebase auth instance. If the user exists already, then it will be not null, and else if the user does not exist, so it will be null always. So we will use this. So go to auth view model. So here write utils dot get Firebase auth instance and dot current user, and we will use the let scope. So let me tell you about let scope. So if this condition is true or this will return something, then only the let scope will run. So right here let. So inside the scope what we will do, we will write underscore. So just press the tab because it shows us the right thing. So firstly let's give a question mark to current user. So okay, it is telling that it can be null also, and remove this. So now let me explain you what is happening here. So firstly we are calling the get Firebase auth instance. It will bring us the current user ID, and it can be null and it can be non-null also. So the let function will run only if it is not null. So if it is null, the let function will not run. So if it is not null, then the current user dot value, which we have created a variable here, it will become true. So as a result, the above variable will get changed to true, and then we will use this variable inside our splash screen to control the flow of the navigation. So let's go to splash fragment. So we need to collect the mutable flow. For this, we will use a suspend scope, and we will use lifecycle scope dot launch, and then inside this we will write the code. Sorry, it's not apply, it is launch. So firstly we need to get the instance of auth view model. So for this we will initialize it at the top. So right here private val view model, and then it will be of type auth view model by view model, give view models constructor. Make sure you call view models and just script 2 brackets and then import it. So now we can use this view model in our lifecycle scope here, right? View model dot is signed in or is current user, sorry, dot collect. We will collect this as a flow. So give it a bracket if it, which means if the user exists already. So what we will do, we will navigate from splash screen to another activity, that is main activity. So right here start activity, and we will create an intent, and it is giving me a correct suggestion, so I will just press tab. So intent require context comma main activity class.java and import these things. And now after moving to the another activity, we will have to finish the previous activity. So right here require activity dot finish affinity. But what if our is current user variable value is false? So that time we will go with the normal flow, that is the from splash screen to login fragment. So after the if statement we need an else statement. So right here else and give a bracket and cut this flow, cut this and paste it inside the else statement. So that's it, our work is done. Let me remove the extra space. So our work is done. Now we can run the app. So our app has run. So let me quickly do all the process. So let's click on continue. So we have reached to our main screen. So now let me close the app, and again when I open the app, splash screen, then we move directly to the main screen. So our code is working fine and we have implemented the feature also. So first of all, let's close all these files we have opened here. Just press Alt, close, and close this also. And now we will open our main activity. This one we have to firstly design it. So we will go to the XML part of this main activity. So inside the resource, go to layout and go to activity main, and this is our main activity layout. Firstly remove this text view, and we will not work with the constraint layout. So select it, and in place of it write relative layout. That's it. And inside the relative layout, firstly what we need a app bar. So just implement it right here, toolbar, select the material toolbar, this one, and click enter. Make its width as match parent and height as wrap content. And now inside this, firstly we will set the title. So title, it will be the name of our chatting app. So let's write here chit chat, and then after this close the tag, and inside the same material toolbar give it an ID first, and ID will be toolbar. Now we need to give it a color, so let's give it a background color. So right here, background, select the first one, and let's give it black background for now. And from here we will give it a custom color, select the primary color, and now as you can see the app name is not visible, so we will write title text color, this one, make it as white. So this looks good. Now our text is also visible, and in this we need a search bar here, and for this we will be using a search icon here, and when the user will click on the search icon he will be able to search other users by using their name. So let's do it, and for this implement the search icon. So for this we will be using a menu here, and let's create the menu first. So in the resource folder here, just right click, then click new, and then go to Android resource directory, and here in the resource type click on menu. It will automatically name it as menu, and then you have to click OK. So now inside the menu we have to create new menu resource file, and here we will name it as toolbar underscore menu, and click OK. So it will open a blank layout for us. Just split it, and inside the menu we will create items first. So create an item, and in the next line it will create the item for us. In the next line we will give ID first to this item. So just write ID and give it ID as search, and in the next line let's give it an icon. So currently we don't have any icon, so we will have to create one icon. So for this let's go to drawable and click on new, go to vector asset, and then click on this icon, clip art icon, and here search for search. So these all are icons available. I will select this one, click OK, and rename this as IC underscore search, and then click on next, finish. Here write the icon which we recently created, write @drawable /IC underscore search, and then we will also have to give it a name. So for this write title and write here search, and in the next line we will show it as action, and write here always. It will show the directly icon without showing three dots, and then we will also change the color of this icon because we need white icon. So write here icon tint here and write white. So you can see our icon is white now, and close the tag. Now we can use this menu in our activity main. So here anywhere in this code write here menu and app menu, and write this @menu toolbar menu. So now you can see, but here is a small problem. Our icon is showing but it is too small, and also the color is black. So in order to change its color and size, we will go to drawable and select the icon IC underscore search, and here split this, and here you can see the black color is coming because at the top here you can see the black color. Now we will have to give it color. You can select any color as you want, like we have so many range of material 200 to material 800 etc. You can select any colors, and here also you can increase or decrease its visibility, but we need white, and you can find white at the leftmost upper corner. And now you can see our icon is white, and for its width and height we will have to change it. From here you can see width from 24 dp to we will make it as 34 dp, and this is width, and we will also have to change its height here from 24 dp make it 34 dp. And now if we go back to our activity main, you can see the size is bigger and it's white in color. So we have successfully implemented the search icon in the toolbar, and now we need a fragment here where we will show a screen and a bottom navigation view, so that when we click on different tabs, a different screen will be shown. We will show two tabs, one for home screen where we will show the normal chats, and other for profile. You have seen it in demo video. So now just after the material toolbar, we will implement our frame layout. So right here, frame layout, and width will be match parent, height will be match parent, and also we will have to keep it below. So right here, layout below, and give the ID of toolbar. It will place it below the toolbar. So let's close this tag now. And after the frame layout, we need a bottom bar. So right here, bottom, select the material one, bottom navigation view, and make it as match parent wrap content. So it will come at the top, so we will have to bring it at the bottom. So right here, layout align parent bottom and make it as true. And in the next line, we will have to give it an ID. So write ID, and let's give it ID as bottom nav view, bottom nav view, and close this tag. Now you can see our bottom nav is also ready, but we have to bring our frame layout above this bottom nav. And also you can see here the frame layout and the bottom navigation view both are of same color. So firstly we will use a divider which will differentiate both of them. So for this, below the frame layout, let's create a divider, this material divider, and its width will be match parent and its height will be 1 dp. 1 dp. Also we need to give it an ID, and its ID will be divider. And we need to keep it below the frame layout. So right here, layout below, and we need to give the ID of frame layout. So for this, we will have to give the ID to frame layout first. So go to frame layout and write here ID, and it is a frame layout. So write here frame underscore layout, and here layout below, write @ ID, and then write frame layout. And here in the bottom navigation view, as I told you, we have to keep it just below the frame layout. So here we need to give a layout on the top of the bottom nav view. So right here, layout above, and write the ID of our bottom navigation view. So there is an error in our code. It is not showing the changes. Firstly, let's close this tag, and still the changes are not shown. Okay, so our positioning of layout is wrong. So firstly, let's edit in the frame layout. Instead of bottom navigation view, in layout above, right here divider, and then in divider, this is okay. So just this, instead of layout below, just cut this line, and here write layout above, give it an ID of bottom nav view. So now let's check it. Yes, now you can see the view here, the divider, which is separating both the views. In order to see it more clearly, let's edit it. So go to material divider, give it a background color of black, and still we need to increase its width. So in the height, go right for 1.5 dp, and now we come back here. Now you can see it is dividing both the views. So now let's design our bottom navigation view. Here, as I told you, we need two options here. First is for home screen, where we will show the normal chats, and then second, in the second view we will be seeing the profile of the user. So let's build it. So we will build it using menu as we build this search icon. So same way we need a menu here similar to the search icon. So go to menu, first minimize this, and inside the menu click on new menu resource file and name it as bottom view menu and click on enter. Split this, and inside this we need two items. So write here item, then give it an ID, and its ID will be chats. Its title, small t, title will be chats, and then we will use icon, and the icon we will be using will be IC_chat, which we created during our splash screen. So write here IC_chat, and in the next line show as action, it will be always, and then close the tag. Just copy this item whole and then paste it again, and instead of this ID we will change it to setting, and then title will be setting again, settings, and show as action always, and its icon will be IC_person because it will be a profile setting. So that's why we will use IC_person. So right here profile, and also in place of setting right here profile. So now we can go to main XML, and here in the bottom navigation view write menu and pass the menu of bottom view menu. Now you can see we have two menu here. First is for chats, second is for profile. So now let's run this app and check if it is working or not. So our app has run. So you can see our bottom layout is working and also the search icon. But there is a problem. Our bottom navigation view is coming so up. You can see the distance is so large. So we need to reduce it. So let's go to the Android Studio again. So why this is happening? Because when we go to the main activity, go here, you see the system has already set the padding for every view. You can see when you click on the bottom, click control and click on system bars. So you will move here, you can see everything written here. So system is automatically implementing this. So we need to change this. So again, you can read the whole page, but I already know how to correct it. So close this, and here in place of system bars dot bottom, just remove this and write 0 here. And now if we rerun the app, so you can see our bottom navigation view is at its correct place. And let's implement some more features, like what will happen when we click on chats and profile. So let's implement it. So for this, firstly let's close all these things. So now what we need two views, and we will implement those views in our items of bottom navigation view. So like it will work like when we click on our chats, it will show our one view, and when we click on our profile, it will show the other view. So for this we will be using fragments. So scroll up here, let's go to the fragment and create a new, go to blank fragment, go to fragment and then click a blank fragment and remove this text. Right here chat fragment and click on enter. So now let's remove the code we don't want. Select this and remove it. Remove this also. then remove the companion object. It is showing an error because we have not deleted this. Remove it. So now firstly let's enable view binding. Below the class, write late init where it will be binding and give its type. Write here colon fragment chat binding, okay, this one. And now we have to initialize it inside the view, and then we will return it. So let's remove the return statement and remove this comment also. Inside view, firstly write binding is equals to fragment chat binding dot inflate and pass our layout inflator, and then in the return statement write binding dot root. So we have enabled view binding here, and similarly we need to create one more fragment, and we will write code in between these two lines. So go to fragment, go to new and create one more fragment, blank fragment, and name this fragment as profile fragment, and click enter. And same thing, we have to remove all this useless code. So this is how it looks after removing the code. So here also we will have to enable the binding. Right here let init where binding, and it will be of type fragment profile binding. And here we will have to remove this comment and write here binding is equals to fragment profile binding dot inflate and pass the layout inflator. And then in the return statement remove this and again write here binding dot root. So that's it. We have created two views to show it in our activity. So let me go to the activity first. So here let's go to the profile activity, and we will not work with frame layout. Instead of it we will use relative layout. So write here relative layout and give it a space, and also here instead of frame layout enclosing tag write relative layout, and then remove this commented text. And inside the text view we will change the text. So write a simple text here like profile layout, and then similarly we will edit our fragment chat, split it and remove this frame layout to relative layout, remove this commented text, and in the text view just write the text as chat fragment or chat layout. That's it. So now we need to implement both the fragments in our activity. So just scroll up, go to activity package and then go to main activity. Firstly we need to enable the view binding here, and for this let's declare the view binding here private let init where binding, and give it a type colon. So it will be activity main binding, and now we need to initialize it. So just after this super write binding is equals to activity main binding dot inflate, pass the layout inflator here, and in the set content view remove this inside bracket, and then write here binding dot root. That's it, our view binding is enabled now. So we have to place some listener. So after this function So firstly, if we go to our main activity XML, so we have to set click listener on both these views, profile and chats. So let's do it. For this we will set listener on bottom navigation view. So right here, binding dot bottom nav view dot set on item click listener, set on item click listener or selected listener, and inside the bracket we will use when statement. It is similar to switch case in Java. So write here when, and then write it dot item id, and then give it a bracket. Here we will write the IDs of item. It is already giving me suggestion. I will just press the tab, and again if I click here, it will give me suggestion, and I will explain you why this is working. So let's understand this code again line by line. So firstly, we are getting the view using binding dot bottom nav view dot set on item click listener. We are setting a click listener on the item which are present on the bottom navigation view, and here inside the when statement we are tracking which item is clicked. That's why we are using it dot item id. Then we will know the item id. If so, again inside the when statement, if you know the Kotlin, so when the item id will be chats, here if the item id will be chats or it will be profile, because we have only two views, and how these IDs are given. So when you go to menu, here in bottom view menu, here you can see chats and profile. If any of this will be clicked, so we will show the fragment accordingly, and then otherwise it will return the false, and it will return the true if both the fragments are clicked. So then what we will do, we will set a support fragment manager, and then we will start the transaction, and then we will replace our original frame layout. Let me show you. So let's go to activity main. So this was our frame layout. This is screen. You can see ID is frame layout. And now let's go to our main activity. Sorry, fragment chat. And the frame layout will be replaced with these two fragments. So let's go to main activity. So firstly we will calling the manager, then we will start the transaction, then replace our frame layout. Okay, so let's remove this r.id. Instead we will use binding dot remove this frame layout and write the frame layout returned by id, and then write dot id, and same thing we have to do here in the below. Instead of r.id dot frame layout, right here binding dot frame layout dot id. So that's it. So it is returning us the frame layout, and then it will replace it with our chat fragment which we have created, and then it will commit the transaction which we initiated here, and then it will return the true. You must remember that it must return a true, otherwise it will give an error, and otherwise it must return the false. So now let's run the app, and before running the app I have a small request to you all. So don't forget to like the video, and also you can subscribe the channel, and here you can give me a super thanks. You can also join my channel if you want one-on-one interaction on Telegram, and you can buy the membership of my channel. Also don't forget to save the playlist and like this video. When you save the playlist, it reaches more and more people, and this helps me getting more views and generate revenue. There is new feature on YouTube. You can hype this video, which will increase the reach of this video. So, and you can only hype 3 times a week. So consider hyping this video once. So now let's run the app. So our app has run. Okay, so we have a little issue. By default, we have not set any fragment to show it without any click. But when we click on a chat, you can see a chat layout is seen, and when we click on profile, a profile layout is seen. So let me show you again by closing the app. If I rerun the chit-chat app, you can see by default it will not show any fragment because we have not set any default fragment. We have set when only we will click on any fragment. So now let's correct it. So let's go to Android Studio again. So just above the code we currently wrote, write if saved instance state is equals to null. If the state is null, then what we will do, we will just press the tab. It is automatically showing me some suggestion. So what we'll do, it will again write the same code, but this time we will have chat fragment as the default when nothing is clicked. So before running the app, we have to implement one more feature. It is basically one more click listener on the search icon. So here just below this, let me show you what I am talking about. We have to do the same thing again. So let me show you what we are implementing. Firstly, let me minimize this menu tab and then scroll up. And if we go to activity main, we have implemented chat profile, but we need to implement this search menu again because we have implemented it using menu. So the process will be same again here. So write binding dot toolbar dot set on item selected listener. Okay, the second one, item click listener, and then again press tab. It is automatically suggesting me, and here the code is same. If you have understood the above code, the same thing is happening here. And before returning the true, we will have to implement the function. Just remove this closing tag. So before returning the true, we will have to implement it. Like we will go from one activity to another activity. So we will implement it later. So write to be implemented. And that's it for this video. And in next video, we will implement it. So thank you for watching the video. So let's once run the app and remove this extra space. And it is showing an error because we have not written one bracket. So write one bracket here. Maybe it may not show any error in here, so just do it carefully. So now we can run the app. So our app has opened, and now you can see by default it is showing us our chat layout. So to implement this searching feature, we will firstly create an activity where user will click on the search icon and it will move to the activity. So now let's create an activity. Go to the activities, create a new activity, empty views activity, and name it search user activity, and then click on finish. So firstly in this activity, let's enable the binding. So after this class search user activity, write private late init where binding, and give it a type of activity search user binding, and after this enable h2h. So let's initialize it. Binding is equals to activity search user binding dot inflate, pass here layout inflator, and in this set content view we will have to pass this binding. So write here binding dot root. That's it, our binding is enabled in this activity. So now we can implement its XML part, and then we will integrate it in backend. So firstly open activity search user and split this view. So as always, remove this constraint layout. We will work with relative layout. Right here relative layout, and firstly we need a toolbar, but instead of writing our own toolbar, we can just copy the toolbar of main activity. So let's go to activity main and copy this toolbar, material toolbar. Just copy it and paste it in this activity XML. So remove this chit chat and instead here we will write search users, and also we will have to remove this search icon. So remove this menu code because we implemented it using menu, and we also need a button. On clicking that button we will move to the previous activity. Here we need that button. So right here navigation icon, and it will be drawable IC underscore back, this one, and let's give it a tint of color white. So now our app bar is ready. So just below the toolbar we will create an edit text. Here it will work as search bar for the users. So either we can write our own edit text or we will copy it from our OTP fragment, or we can also go to other fragment. Let's go to login fragment. It's XML part, sorry. So go to, let's remove this and go to layouts. Go to login fragment, and here firstly copy this text input layout, and inside it there is edit text. So copy this whole code and go to search user activity, and inside it after the toolbar just paste the code. So it will come just above our toolbar because this is a relative layout. So firstly let's position it at its correct place. So it will be below this toolbar. So we will have to firstly give an ID to our toolbar, then we will use it here inside this layout. You can see the ID is already given, that is toolbar. So just write here layout below and give the toolbar. Now you can see it is appearing just below the toolbar. And firstly let's remove this icon. So in edit text just remove this drawable start, just remove it, and then right here drawable end, and let's give the icon of search. So I say underscore search, but it's not working. Okay, so let's try removing this drawable padding, this line, but this is not the problem, I know. So let's change the input type also. Right here text, and change the hint. Instead of writing enter your phone number, we can write here search username. Let's remove this drawable end. We can do one thing, we can use our own icon so that user will click on it and it will search the username which is written by the user. For this we will use linear layout just below this toolbar. So right here linear layout, its width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and then its orientation will be horizontal. And now let's close this tag, and here we will paste this code, the code we have written below. Just cut this and paste it inside this linear layout. So yes, and firstly we will have to change the position. So just remove this line from text input layout and we paste it here. So now our linear layout will come just below the toolbar. So now also let's make this text size small because it is looking so big. So change this text size from 21 to 19 sp. And now just after this search edit text, we will use an image here so that when the user will input the text and it will click on search, then we will show the user list, but it is match parent, so it will cause error in view, but we will change it later. So let's make an image view after this text, edit text layout. So write image view, width will be wrap content, height will be wrap content, and here source will be IC underscore search. And now we can close this tag. So let's move to our edit text first. Here you can see we have given it margin horizontal and vertical. Let's change this margin horizontal to 5 dp and also change this layout width to 200 dp just for seeing the search icon. But our search icon is still not visible because it is white in color. So let's go to the image view again where we were implementing search view. Firstly, let's change its background color. So right here background and give it color black. It is not showing. Okay, sorry, so we have to just write background only. So background, now you can see there is search icon, but we don't need to change its background color. We need to change the color of the icon. So right here tint and right here color black, and remove this Android, right here app, and remove this background color. Now you can see our icon is appearing in black color. And then also let's write layout gravity, give it center vertical. This will change its position to the center and vertically center. And also let's change the width of our text input to 300 dp, sorry 300 dp. Now this looks fine. Now we will change its margin horizontal to 17 dp, and also let's change this margin vertical to 12 dp. As you can see, our search image is appearing so small, so let's change its width and height to, let's change it first 30 dp. 30 is very small, let's do it 45 dp, and also change its height to 45 dp. This is too big, so now again we will have to change it to 35 dp and 35 dp height also. Yes, this looks good. Now we want both views to appear at the center, so let's go to our linear layout and provide it gravity as center horizontal. So let's remove the horizontal. If we write just center, it will work fine. So now you can see this looks good. But after this view, what we need a list of users which will be shown here after the user click on the search icon. For that we will be using recycler view. So firstly let's give it an ID to the linear layout, ID as search holder, and now here we need a recycler view. So just after this linear layout we will show the list of the user after the user click on this search icon. So for this just write a recycler view, choose the second option, the recycler view one, this one, and now its width will be match parent and its height also match parent. And now firstly let's give it a position. So right here layout below, and right here search holder, search underscore holder, this one. So it will come after this linear layout. So let's make its height as wrap content first, because we don't want it to occupy all the space. And close this tag and give it an ID, and we can give it ID as user list. And let me show you what happens when we don't make its height as wrap content. So let's give it a match parent. I will show you why we are doing this as wrap content, otherwise what error will come. Also, let's give padding to this user list of 10 dp. So it is showing us one error. At the top you can see this red dot. When we click on it, you can see the user list does not contain any speakable text. So just remove it. It's not an error actually, but let's do it. So right here, description, content description, and we can write anything here like user list, and that error will be gone now. Also, let's give IDs to our views. So click on this search right here, et_search, and also we will give ID to our this search icon, which is the image view. Click on it and let's give it an ID. So right here, ID, it will be search underscore btn because it will serve as button. And now we can implement all these features. So just close it and go to the search user activity. Here, as we have enabled the binding, so right here, binding dot toolbar dot set navigation on click listener, and inside this just write finish. The finish function remove the current activity from the stack. As a result, we move back to the previous activity. So now let's go to the main activity. Here we left here last video. So right here, firstly we will give an intent, then we will start the activity. So right here intent, and it is already suggesting me, so I will just press tab. So now you can see, I will explain you what it is saying. We will start the activity intent. This meant to say this activity to search user activity, and then we will start this activity, and we will have to pass this intent here. So what we can do, we can just cut the above line, just cut this, and paste it inside the start activity function. Okay, now remove this extra space. So when the user will click on the search icon in the main activity, he will move to the search user activity. So let's run the app. So our app has run. Let's check the feature. So when we click on the search icon at the top right corner, you can see we are going to the search user activity, and we can search for any user here. Currently our search icon will not work in this activity because we have not implemented it yet. And when we click on back icon, we move back. Let me show you again. Click on the search icon and click on the back icon. So okay, our functionality is working fine, and this is where we left in the last part, and this is our search user activity. So now here we will have to write the backend code of search user. Here when the user will write a text and click on the search icon, then we will have to search for the user with the name provided by another user. So let's implement that part also. So firstly, close all those activities. So now what we will be doing, as you know that we are going to implement a recycler view just below this edit text, where the user will enter the text and we will show a list of users here. For this we will be implementing recycler view, and in recycler view we will have to create a custom user, and it will show how our all the users will look. So for this, go to layout, create a new layout resource file, and here we have to name it first, and make sure you use small letters only, and for giving space write underscore. So right here search underscore user underscore row, and then click enter. Now firstly remove this constraint layout, and we will work with linear layout. So right here, linear layout, and press enter. And inside this linear layout, we will use a cart view. So right here, cart view, select the material cart view, and its width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and in the next row, give it some margin top, and let's give it 7 dp. And after margin top, let's also give it some elevation. So right here, card elevation, and pass 5 dp here. And after card elevation, let's make the corner radius as 9 dp and close this tag. And inside this card view, we will be using a linear layout. So right here, linear layout, and make it as match parent wrap content, match parent and wrap content, and its orientation will be horizontal. And then again close this. And inside this linear layout, firstly use image view, make it 55 dp, and again 55 dp, and let's give the source of the image. So right here, src, and for now let's pass the ic underscore person, and let's give it margin because it is touching all this border. So let's give it some margin. So in the next line, right here, layout margin as 5 dp, and also close this image view. And after this, let's give it a linear layout because we will show username and then user number. So right here, linear layout, make it match parent and again match parent. And in the next line, let's decide its orientation as vertical. And then let's give it margin of 7 dp. And inside this linear layout, close this first. We will use a text view. Right here, text view, make it wrap content, and again wrap content, and give the text here. And let's the text be developer Pawan Singh for now, and we will change this text in real time and give it text style as bold, and give it text size as 20 sp, 20 sp. And now we can close this. Firstly, let's give it some id because we are going to change it in runtime. So id will be user underscore name, and then close this tag, and then select this text view, copy it, and just paste it below. So we have two text view now. Firstly, change this id to user number, and then the text will be the user number. So let's write it plus 91 and 10 times 9, and change this style. So remove it. It will be a normal text, and its size will be 18 sp. As our content is touching the border of card view, so let's give it some padding. So go up, and inside the material card view, we will give some padding of, let's say, 5 dp. Sorry, 5 dp. Change it to 5 dp. And also we want margin from all the sides. So just change this margin top to just layout margin here in the third line. Remove this top, So now you can see our row is looking good, and now we need to implement this row in our recycler view. And I hope you all are familiar with recycler view, but if you are not, then I will try to make you explain what we are doing and why we are doing. But it will be a plus point if you are already familiar with implementation of recycler view, because it's a good topic which will be asked in many interviews and all. Recycler view is a 1 hour topic, so I can't give a whole explanation in this video. So we will keep it as simple as possible, and so let's implement it. So till now what we have done, I will tell you now. So if you go to our activity, so search user activity, here we have already enabled the binding, and here we will implement the functionality of search user. So when we go to the UI part, here when the user will enter any text here and click on the search icon, what we will do, we will process the text in the backend, and if any username with the similar name is present in the backend, then what we will do, we will show him a list of the users with the similar name here. And how the user will look, we have implemented its UI. Till now what we did, we implemented the UI of single user. So now let's move to our activity. Here firstly we will have to set a click listener in our search icon. So for this we will use the binding here. So write binding dot search button btn dot set on click listener, and give it a bracket, not this one, the curly braces, and let's create a variable here. Write where search text is equals to binding dot edit text search dot text dot toString. And what if this search text is empty? So for this we will be using an if condition. So write here if, remove this, if search text dot is empty, then we will show an error. So write a curly braces, write here binding dot et search dot error, and we will write the error here now. It will be a string, please enter a name, and else when the username is not empty, we will set up search recycler view. So let's write a method with same name. Write here setup search recycler view, and write braces, and inside this we will pass the search text, and so it will give an error because we have not implemented it. So press alt enter, and now we will implement this function here. So in order to implement recycler view, we need three things. First is a dummy view, we have already created it. Second is an adapter class, and third is a view holder class. And we are going to implement adapter class and view holder class in single class. So for this, let's create a new package in our root folder. So here, click on new, create a new package, name it as adapters, click enter, and inside the adapter create a new Kotlin class and name it as search user adapter, and click enter. So this is not any ordinary adapter. We are going to fetch the data from the Firebase. So Firebase provide us some dependencies through which we can easily extract the data from the Firebase database and just use it in our UI. So let's implement that that dependency first. So firstly, go to your Google and write here Firebase UI dependencies and click on the first link. Here you can see, you can scroll this documentation, you can read it if you want. Here all the dependencies are given. We will be using the third one, Firebase UI database, and scroll down, this one we will use. If we scroll down, you can see we have to paste this dependency, the first one, for our use. So copy this. Okay, so if you want to read the documentation for the implementation, you can read this Firebase UI database. Here you can read all this documentation. I have already read it, so I will just implement it. And now if you have copied this dependency, you can go to the Fire Android Studio and go to build Cradle. Ignore this dependency which I have already pasted. Just paste the one which we have recently copied and change its format. Right bracket, double quotes, and same at the end, and then click on sync now. So our project got sync. You can close this, and here we will have to extend the Firebase adapter. For this, write just colon and write here Firebase recycler adapter, the first option which is showing, and then we will have to give it a diamond operator. And here if you hover on it, you will see we have to pass the type of the data we will fetch from it. You can see here T is written, so write the type, and our type will be user. We will be fetching the users, so write here users, comma, I will just press the tab. It is showing me some suggestion and I will explain you what it is. So as I told you that we have to create a view holder class also, but we will create it inside our adapter. So the auto suggestion shows me this view holder and I just pressed tab, and now we will have to create this view holder. Now if you hover on it, you will see some suggestion. We will firstly have to change it to constructor call, and also in the front part of this line we will have to also pass some constructor arguments. So write here options, and it will be of type Firebase recycler options, and here inside it write a diamond operator and pass the users. And now this options, just copy it and paste it here. We will pass it inside the view holder. Press Ctrl Alt L. This will just format your lines. So if you hover in the search user adapter, you will find implement method option here. We have to implement both the methods. Click enter. Now again we have to go to search user adapter and implement the method. Click on OK. Okay, so we have to implement this, and firstly we will create an inner class. So for this, just below this line, write here inner class. It will be user view holder and give a bracket, and it will be of type recycler view dot view holder, and then inside it write item view and import this recycler view first. Just import it, and also inside this view holder we will have to write item view, and it will be of type view, and import this view from Android view. Yes. Now we will create two variables. So write here val. First will be username is equals to item view dot find view by id, and its type will be text view. And import this text view first. Import this R also. com.pawansingh chit chat, this one. And instead of username, just remove it and write here user. Remove this bracket also. Write here user underscore name, this one. And then in the next line, we have to repeat the same line. So just duplicate it by pressing Ctrl D, and instead of writing username, write here user number, and also here user underscore number. So these two variables we need. So it is still giving us error because we have implemented the same method 2 times. So we will have to remove this one onBind viewHolder method. So remove the above one. Now you can see all the errors are gone, and we have to implement both these methods. So firstly remove this line inside on create viewHolder and create a variable. Write here val view is equals to layout inflator. Okay, so inside the layout inflator, the L is capital, and then write dot, write here from, and here we cannot pass context as this. Okay, so we have parent here, so we will pass parent dot context. You can see the parent is coming in the parameter. So write here dot inflate, and we will pass the ID of our row which we have created. So write here r dot layout dot the search user row which we have recently created here in our resource layout, the last one search user row. So write here search user row, and our root will be parent, and our attached to root will be false. And in the next line we will have to return it. So return, as you can see, the return type is user view holder, which is inside search user adapter. So write here search user adapter dot user view holder, and here pass the view. Okay, so it is giving us error. Hover on it. Okay, so we don't need this line. Remove it. Now the error is gone. Now what we will do, we will implement the next method. So remove this line also and write holder dot username dot text is equals to dot text is equals to model dot username, and in the next line write holder dot user number dot text is equals to model dot phone number. That's it. So we have implemented our adapter also, and now we can close this. And now in our search user activity we can implement this setup search recycler view method. So for this, firstly we will create a query. So write here val query is equals to Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference. Write here dot get reference. So firstly, what reference do we need? So let me show you inside the database. So open your Firebase, and here you can see we first have all users, then we have users, then we have the user ID of the user, and then we have username. So we have to move in this hierarchy to search the username. So go here and inside the references, firstly pass all users because it is at the top of the hierarchy, and then we will go to its child. So in the next line write dot child, it is users, and then we have to get the childs. So right here order by child and write here username, and in the next line what we have to do, we have to find the user with equals to, and here we can pass the string which we have taken as a parameter, this one search text. But there is drawback of using equal to, because if the user will search name Pawan, then only name starting with Pawan will appear in our search recycler view. For example, there can be multiple Pawan, but their other second name can be different. So for this, what we will do, we will use an optimized method. So let's do it. Go to Android Studio, remove this line, and we will use dot start at and pass the string parameter. Sorry, it is search text, and then right here ends at and pass the search text plus inside the double quotes write a backslash and write UTF-8 double F and close these double quotes. So what this will do, this will optimize our searching. It will bring all the name. If we search for the Pawan, so it will bring all the names with starting with Pawan, and the ending can be anything like Pawan Singh, Pawan developer, etc. So let's create an option now. Right here val option is equals to Firebase recycler options dot builder, and inside the diamond operator pass here users. Give the constructor call of builders class. So right here double brackets dot set query. Now pass the query which we have written here. So write query comma, pass the data type, that is users, then write class dot java, and then just build it. So write here dot build. Now what we need to do, we need to firstly initialize the adapter. So go to the top there, after the binding write here private let init where adapter colon search user adapter, just import it, and after this options just write adapter is equals to search user adapter and pass the option here. Just give it space, and now let's set a manager in user list. So right here binding dot user list dot layout manager is equals to linear layout manager, all its constructor. So use bracket and pass this here for the context, then write binding dot user list dot adapter is equals to adapter, and then adapter dot start listening. So that's all, our adapter is implemented. So when the activity will start, we want the adapter to listen itself, and on the finish of this activity we want to stop the listening. So below this function we will overwrite on start function. Here after the super call write adapter dot start listening, and we will also override the on stop method. So right here on stop, and after the super call right here adapter dot stop listening. Okay, so now we can run the app. So let me connect the device and let's run the app. So our app has run. Firstly splash screen, then in the chat section, then we can switch to profile section also. So when I click on the search icon, the app got crashed. Let me reopen it. Okay, so when I click on search icon, the app is getting crash. So let me see what's the issue. So inside the crash list, we can see there we are using. Okay, so there is a logical error in this. Firstly, what we are doing inside the on start, here you can see our adapter is not initialized yet because we are initializing this adapter here as we have written the late init adapter. So, and we want to start it in the on start, so it will not start listening inside the on start, so we will have to comment this. Okay, so I run the app, but commenting that block of code is not the solution. So firstly go down, you can see you have to change this on start as this, and also inside the on stop block you have to write code like this, and rest is same. You can see all the code is same, but these two blocks are changed. I have used an if statement here. And also we have to make one more change. So go to users inside the model here, and instead of string write a string is equals to write empty string. Same thing we have to do in the phone number and also in username. So that's it, and we can now rerun the app. So our app has run, and if I click on the search icon, then we will go to the search activity here. Now if I type name, as my name is Pawan Singh because there is only single user till now, and then I click on search icon, now you can see my name has appeared, but the country code is not written here. And if I write any empty name, it will give us an error. And if I go back and then I write here Pawan and click on search, you can see the username which will match the pattern of the name I have written will be shown in the list because of the efficient searching we have implemented. So now I want to implement two more features. Firstly, as this is my own username, so there will be a bracket indicating that it is me. So inside the bracket we will write U, and also there is no country code in the number, so we will add the country code also in the text. So let's implement it. So go to Android Studio again and open your search user adapter, and inside this adapter we already have the username and user number, and we need to edit this user number when this number is getting attached to the view, and it is getting attached inside our onBind view holder. You can see the below code inside this function here. So we will add the text here only. So write inside the double quotes, write +91, give any space, and then write a plus symbol. So now our search user will also contain the country code. And now what we need to do, if the user searching the username and the username which appeared on the search list both are same, then we will show a u text there. So write an if condition. So write here if model dot uid dot equals the uid which is available in utils from the Firebase. So here write utils dot get user id. If both the user IDs are same, then what we will do, we will add an additional text of u in the username. So for this, we will have to edit the holder again as we did in the number. So we can simply concat the holder with a u text. So let's do it. So write here holder dot username dot text equals to, or we can give plus equals to. This will concat the two strings, plus equals to, and right here inside the double quotes, inside the bracket, u. Okay, so inside the Kotlin, this is not acceptable. If I write equals to, okay, so let's not write this much big statement. Just cut the above statement, cut this, and in place of this, paste it here. Okay, so in the else statement, we have to paste the complete statement, and here inside the if, write model dot username and then plus, and write inside the double quotes bracket u and give a space. So that's it. Now our functionality of both the u tag and also the country code is implemented. Now to check the search option efficiency, we have to create one more user in our Firebase. So just go to Firebase inside the authentication. Here till now we have only one user with the number 10 times 9. So we need to add one more user. So go to sign in method, add new provider. Sorry, we have to click on this add one more, and here and add a testing phone number, click on it and just give the country code first, write 91 and then write plus also here, and after a space write 10 times 1, and then in the verification code also write 6 times 1 and then add this number. So now we have two test number. Till now we were testing with 999 and now we will test with 1. So just click on cancel, and if we check, let's see if those are added or not. Yes, both are here. Now let's go to Android Studio and run the app. So the app has run, and if I go to search icon, here if I search for Pavan and click on search, you can see it is showing the country code and also it is showing a u tag after my name, but it must show in bracket. I don't know why. I think there is some typing error in the code. And if I close the app and uninstall it and again install the app, just allow it. So our app has run. Firstly, I will have to log in to it. So I will use the another number. I will enter the temp times 1 and continue, and I already know the OTP. It's 6 times 1, and if it will show OTP sent toast, then I will continue. Then now I can continue. It will verify OTP. First login failed, then login successful. And let me write the similar name here. Let's write Pawan Singh Tangadia. This is my cast, and click on continue. And now if I click on search icon, here if I search for Pawan Singh, it must show me both the names. Okay, so only one name is showing. And what if I write Pawan Singh here? Pawan Singh, again one name is showing. I think there is some error in our backend, or it's just view error, I think. Okay, so let me scroll it up. Okay, so our view is getting scrolled, but you can see our one view is occupying the whole page. I think you are unable to see it because I'm also running it in a emulator. So let me show you in the device. Here, as I have written Pawan Singh here in this, and if you scroll it, you will see Pawan Singh Tangadia and with a U tag because this is my new ID. And now because of our one view is taking the full screen, that's why this error is happening. So maybe the view is match parent. We will have to make it wrap content. Then this error will be gone. So we have to fix two things. Firstly, the U must come in bracket, and the second thing is this, we have to make it wrap content. So let's fix this now. So if you see here in our code, we have written bracket outside the double quotes, but we have to write it inside the double quotes after a space. So now our U tag will be good, and now we have to also check for the wrap content of our view. Okay, so let's go to the layout. Inside the layout, go for search user row. Here if we see it's root layout, so click here in the screen. You can see in the first linear layout our layout height is wrap match parent. We have to make it wrap content, otherwise it will take full screen. So right here wrap content. That's it. Now we can again test the app. So our app has run. Now if I click on search icon, and if I write here P and click on search, you can see all names starting from P are appearing here without any gap, and there is U tag in my own account. In this video, we are going to implement the chatting screen. So this is where we left in last video. So let me tell you how the flow is going to be. So when the user will search any other user, so he will click on the user. Then what we will do, we will redirect him to the chatting activity of that user. So for this, let's close all first. Close this also. And in search user adapter, when we scroll down, so firstly what we have to do, we have to set a click listener. So we will do it just below the else statement here inside on binding view holder. So here write holder dot item view dot set on click listener, and inside this we will navigate user from our activity to another activity which will be chat activity. So here what we will do, we will just navigate the user. So for now let me just write a comment here. What we will do, we will navigate to the chat activity or chat page. We can write whatever you want. Now for this we will have to create an activity first. So go to, firstly minimize all these folders, minimize this package also. and inside the activity here create a new activity, new, then go to activity, here create an empty view activity, and we will name this activity as chat activity, and then click on finish. Here it will take some time to sync, and then we will go to XML of activity chat and split the view. So first of all, in this XML, what do we need? We need a toolbar where we will show the name of the user we are chatting with. So we will get this from search user activity. Okay, so we have to go to XML. So close this, go to search user activity XML. Okay, we have closed it. Go to layout and then go for activity search user, and here just inside this relative layout you will see this material toolbar. So just copy it, material toolbar, and we will use it in our activity chat. So go to activity chat XML, and here firstly remove this constraint layout, right here relative layout, give a space, and also the closing tag will be relative layout. Right here relative layout, and inside the relative layout we will paste the code of toolbar which we recently copied. So here paste it, and then we will change the title from search user to username. It will be username, and ID will be toolbar. This is okay, and everything is okay now. And also we have a back button. So what we are going to show after this toolbar, here will be our chats. Firstly, chat of user A, message of user B, message of user A, message of user B. So for this we will use recycler view. So right here recycler view, and its width will be match parent, its height will be also match parent. This relative layout will be below our toolbar. So right here layout below, and give the ID of toolbar, and also we need to give it an ID. So firstly close this tag and then give it an ID as messages, or we can do, sorry, we can write message list. And after this relative layout we need some view where we will type a message and then click on the send button, then the message will get sent. So for this we will use relative layout. So write a tag here relative layout, and its width will be match parent, and let's say height will be 80 dp, and let's align this at the bottom. So write align parent bottom as true, and let's give it some padding 9 dp, and let's give it an ID of as bottom layout, and then close the tag. Not this one, we need the closing tag also. And in our recycler view we have to give it above this layout. So right here layout above, and pass the ID of bottom layout. So our message will be seen here, and here we will type the message. So for typing the message we need an edit text. So inside relative layout write an edit text, press enter. Okay, so we can copy this edit text from other activities. So let's copy it from other fragment and activities. So here inside our login fragment, so scroll down, so click on this edit text, and we have to firstly copy this edit text. Just copy it and go to activity chat and remove this edit text, and paste our edit text which we copied. It is showing edit text very small, so inside text input layout we have to remove the margin vertical, this one, remove this line. Also we need to remove this margin horizontal from 17 dp to just 5 dp. So this looks good, and we need to remove this icon in the edit text. So for this we will remove this drawable start, and now we will change the hint from enter your mobile number to enter your text. Also we need to change, I think, that inside the text view, remove this margin horizontal, remove this and just write margin start and give it 5 dp. Remove this space, and then we need to implement a send icon. So for this we will be using image view. So just below the text input layout, write an image view. Its width will be wrap content, height will be wrap content, and right here source. So firstly we need to create a drawable file. Go to new, vector asset, click on this clip art, and right here send, and select the send icon and click on OK, and rename it to IC_send. Then click on next, finish, and inside the source write here IC_send at the rate drawable IC_send. It will take me some time to adjust the views, so I will just quickly write it and show you the code. Okay, so this is the modified code. So after this recycler view, this one, I have written the linear layout instead of relative layout. We will now work with linear layout, and you can see all the changes I have made, like orientation and all. So you can just write it line by line there. I will show you full code. So I hope you have written the code, and now we will move next. And now go to search user activity. Sorry, we have to go to search user adapter here. Now where we said we will navigate, now here we will implement the navigation. Right here intent, then intent. Okay, so it will not write as intent, so remove the first intent. Right here where or well, intent is equals to intent, and give it a bracket, and right here holder dot item view dot context comma chat activity, and then it is already giving me the suggestion, so I will just write tab and import this. So now we will start this intent. So in the next line write holder dot item view dot context dot start activity and pass this intent. And now, as I already told you, that we will display the name of the user we are chatting with. You can see in this activity chat, here we will display the username. So for this we will pass the username inside the intent dot put extra, and here we will pass the username. And for this we will have to set a key, and then we will map with its value. So let's suppose the key is username. Make sure you write it as it is I am writing, and then inside the value model dot username. This is we have already got inside the model. You can check it, we have already used it once, so that we will pass to the next activity here. And also along with it we have to write here intent dot set flags, and write here intent dot flag activity, intent dot flag activity new task. So now we have passed the intent, and then we will receive it in the chat activity. So go to our chat activity. Here firstly we need to enable the view binding, and I think you already know how to enable it. Right here, let init where binding and activity chat binding, import this class. Here after enable h2h, just initialize it. Right here, binding is equals to activity chat binding dot inflate, pass the layout inflator, and here in set content view write binding dot root. So now our binding is enabled. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to set the toolbar. So after the onCreate function, we will create a function setup toolbar, and inside this we will write binding dot toolbar dot set navigation on click listener, and then give it a bracket. Inside the bracket write finish, and we have implemented this function so many times, so I think I don't need to explain you this. Also we need to set up the username. So right here string other username equals, sorry, it will be val instead of string. Right here val, and now here write intent dot get string extra, and here pass the username which we have written here. Just copy this and paste it here. And now what we need to do, we need to place this in our toolbar. So right here binding dot toolbar dot title is equals to other user is equals to other user. So this will set the other user name in our toolbar, and inside on create just write this function name setup toolbar, and now we can run the app. So now let's run the app. So our app has run. You can see firstly splash screen, remove this notification. So click on the search icon and then search here for the user. Let me write Pawan, and then I will click on the search icon. Make sure your internet is on because it will fetch from the internet, and then I will click on the first user Pawan Singh, and then it will move to the activity of chatting. And in that text, if I write any message like hello, you can see a hello message here which can be scrolled. It is happening in my app because I have not written the new code which I have shown to you. You have already written the new code, so you won't be facing this problem. So when I click on the back icon, you can see I am moving to the chat activity. We have implemented the front end of our chat activity. That front end is not complete, but we will implement some more features in it. So you see, this is where we left in our last video. So in this part, what we are going to do, we are going to create a chat room code. So let me explain what is chat room. So let's go to XML of chat activity, this one. So here what we will do, we will show the chats between the user, and to implement this we will first need a chat room. So what is a chat room? So as name specify, it is just like a room where only those people who are allowed to see the content of the room can access those content, and rest will be not able to see those content. Similarly here, if two persons are there, they are chatting with each other, so only they will see their messages, and rest of the world will not be able to see those messages. If you will see other tutorials on the YouTube, they don't create such rooms. As a result, all people can see the messages. Like if user 1 and user 2 are chatting, and if user 3 log into the app, he will be able to see the chats between user 1 and user 2. So for this, we will implement chat rooms. Firstly, I will show you why this is a problem by creating only a single chat room, and then I will show you why we need multiple chat rooms for all. So stay with me, I will teach you everything step by step. So to implement chat room, we firstly need a model which will specify like how many users are there in the chat room. Like if we want to create a group of the people, then there will be multiple users, and if we want to make the chats private between two users, then there will be only two users in the chat room. So let's go to chat activity. Firstly, let's go to model class. Here inside this package, model package, and we will create a model. Go to new, go to Kotlin, and then here name it as chat room model, and it will be a data class, chat room model, and here it will contain informations like chat room ID. So here in the next line, write just val space chat room ID, and it will be of type string, and this string can be null, so we will just write it as empty string, and here again give another variable as user IDs, and it is going to be an array list of string type, and then next variable will be last message timestamp. No, we can write it as last message timestamp, and it will be of type timestamp. And as soon as this will be used, so we will store the timestamp dot now, the current time, and our last variable will be last message sender ID, where we will store the sender ID of the person who sent the message last. So right here last message sender ID, it will be of type string, and let's say it is an empty string. So now let me explain it. So chat room ID will be a unique ID for this chat room, and then inside the user IDs we will define if it is a group chat or if it is a chat between two people, and in the last message timestamp and the last message sender ID, this is for the UI which we will implement in future. So you see the first variable here, chat room ID, and this is not going to be any ID which will be given by Firebase. We will create this ID by our own by combining the user IDs, the ID of user 1 and ID of user 2. In this way it will become unique chat room ID, because both the user IDs are unique. So as a result, the chat room ID by combining both the user IDs will become unique too. So let's implement it.
So close this model, and inside the chat activity below setup toolbar function, we will implement one more function. It will be create or get chat room, and we will implement this function later, but firstly we will have to create the chat room ID first. So just below this function, write here private function and name it as get chat room ID, and it will take two variables. It will be u1, which means user 1 of type string, and one more variable, it will be user 2 ID, it will be of type string,
And the return type of the function will be also string. As you can see, it is already suggesting me the correct code. So let me just press tab and then I will explain you what it is. So firstly, our function is taking two variables, u1 and u2. It is the user ID of user 1 and user 2, and then we are converting these user IDs to hash code. I hope you know the concept of hashing. So we are converting both the user IDs to hash code. We don't use the hash code, but we are using it just for the comparing two strings, because we want a uniformity in the chat room ID which we are creating. We will firstly keep the user ID with lower hash code first, and then we will use the user ID with larger hash code. So, and we will concatenate both. So here you can see if this condition is true, user ID with lower hash code in front, and then concatenate it with user ID which have a larger hash code, and both will be concatenated using underscore symbol between them. So now let's make a chatroom ID variable, make it global variable. So right here, chatroom ID, firstly make it as well, right here chatroom ID. Let's just declare it for now. We will initialize it later inside the function. So just give it a type. So before equal to, right here string, and let's initialize it with empty string and give it here colon. So okay, we will initialize it inside this function. So right then, chatroom ID is equals to get chatroom ID, and now here we need to pass two user IDs. First, the user who is chatting. Second, the user whom with the user one is chatting. So we can get the user one ID from Firebase, and we already have it in our utils. So how do we get user 2 ID? So this is simple. So I will show you how we can do it. If you know the flow, how we are coming to this activity, you will see that firstly we are searching the user, then we are tapping on it, then we are coming to this activity. So we will follow the same steps. So let's go to search user activity. So when we are coming here, we will pass the bundle of user ID, and we were already sending the username, and now this time we will also pass the user ID. You can see we have already sent here the username, and now we need the user ID also. So we will send user ID from the search user adapter. Now here inside the onBind view holder function, you see we will have to pass the user ID also in this intent.put extra, and then user ID model.uid. Make sure you write the name as it is, otherwise you may commit some mistake. And we are passing this. So now inside our chat activity, we will simply get this as an argument. So firstly save it inside a variable. So right here val user ID, we can say user2 ID, it will be of type string, is equals to intent dot get string extra. So use right here intent dot get string extra, and use here user ID. It is giving me an error, add to string. Okay, so now we have user ID of both the users. Now we can simply create a chatroom ID. So let's go to our function get chatroom ID. Inside this, firstly pass user ID of the current user from the utils. I will just press the tab, it is showing me correct code, and just import this utils. And you can go to the utils. Here you can see we are already getting the user ID from Firebase auth.get instance, and it is giving me error because we have to change it to variable. Now we need to create its reference inside our Firebase database. So for this we will just write a variable. So it is giving me correct code, so I will just press tab and explain it to you. So here we will firstly use this Firebase database, so import it. So here what we are doing, we are saving this chatroom reference, and from the Firebase database get instance dot reference chatroom with the name chatroom. I have already explained you all this code, and what it will contain, it will contain our chatroom IDs. So I hope you have already understood it from the previous videos we have done. Now there will be two cases with this chatroom ID. First, if both the users have already talked some time ago, so we don't need to create a new chat room, but if they are talking for the first time, we will create a new chat room. So to implement this, we can use an if else statement, or we can simply use dot get. So just write here dot get, and then in the next line write dot add on success listener, and this code will run if the chat room already exists, which means both the users have talked earlier also. And after this bracket write dot add on failure listener, which means they are talking for the first time and we need to create a new chat room. So currently we need to implement this on failure listener. So it is already suggesting me a code. I will explain you this line by line. So just press the tab to complete it. Yes, this is a correct code. So import this function first. So now let me explain you what this code is doing. So firstly, we need to go to chat room model. So here you can see, firstly, we need a chat room ID, then user IDs, then last message sent, and last message sender ID. So when you go to the code, we were creating a new chat room. So firstly, so here you can see we have passed the chat room ID inside the chat room model, and we needed an array list of user IDs. So here we have created firstly an array list and passed two user IDs, firstly the user 1 and the user 2. Here we already know what these variables are, and we have passed it inside this chat room model. And now we need to set the timestamp. So when you go to the chat room model, here we are already setting the timestamp, but we can again set it here inside our chat activity. So just write timestamp dot now and comma. Here we have to pass the user ID of last message sender, but we are not having it currently because we are not implementing the messaging feature. So for now we can just write here empty string. So now we will create a new Firebase reference. So in the next line write here Firebase database, then gets its instance. So write here dot get instance dot get reference. Here we will have to pass the chat room as a reference, and inside it we will have to create a child with this chat room ID which we have recently created. So here pass the chat room ID inside double quotes because it accepts only string, and then write chat room ID dot set value chat room, the one which we have recently created in the above line. So now you must be familiar with this code because in the user details you can see we have already created all user, and inside the user we give the user ID as child and the value as the user. So similar thing we are doing here. We are creating the chat room ID, and inside this we are setting the value of the chat room which we have created in above line. So we can remove this much part because there is no use of this reference. We are using it just to check. So now we can run the app. So our app has run now. When we click on the search icon on the top and search for the user Pawan and click on search icon, here is the user list. I click on the Pawan Singh Tangadia. So our app got crashed. So let's check why this happened. So close this, and if you see the catalog of our app, it says null pointer exception. So we will have to remove this line. Just cut this, Ctrl X, and in place of it we will just write here a string and initialize it with empty string, and here we will paste that code and correct the format. Remove this string, write here user2 ID and make it as variable. And we committed two more mistakes. So firstly we didn't call this method here inside the onCreate. So write here create get chat room. Also we have to modify the code inside it. So inside the on success listener, so firstly here write a snapshot and write the arrow after it, and then we will check for the snapshot. So cut this code, cut this, Ctrl X, and then we will have to write a if statement here. So write if snapshot dot exist use the brackets properly. Write it to snapshot. Then our chat room exists, and remove this line. In the else statement, just paste the code we just cut. So this is our logic now, and I will tell you why our logic failed. So earlier we thought that on failure listener will work if there is no such chat room ID, but it will work only if there is no internet or security rules denial. So we will get inside an on success listener. If there is no such ID, then it will return false, and if there exists such ID, then it will return true. So hence we improved our code, and now we can run the app. So let's run it, and this time I will show you the Firebase database in parallel so that you can see our chat room ID is getting created inside our Firebase database real time. So our app is running now. Firstly, splash screen, and in parallel I will show you the Firebase. So when I click on search icon, search for Pawan, click on search icon, and I will select the second user. So as soon as I click there on the second user, so you can see a chat room has created in real-time Firebase, this one, and it is made by combining both the user IDs, the user ID 1 and user ID 2 with an underscore in between them. So our code is working fine. Now inside this we will save chats and all for these two users. So our code base is working fine, and if there is any suggestion for me, then please comment it. I will try to improve. And so in previous video we built a chat room, and in this video we will be implementing the messaging feature in the backend. So this is where we left in our last video. So let me firstly minimize all those packages. So now open the layouts, and inside the chat activity, let's split the view. Okay, so it is loading, and inside this you can see we have a send button and an edit text. So when we will write any text here, it will be shown to the user, but firstly we need to send the text to the backend so that we can show it to the another user. So for this we will have to set a click listener on this send button. Here its ID is send button. So when we will send the message, it will go firstly to the backend, and then we will show it to the second user. So let's implement it in chat activity. So right here binding dot send button dot set on click listener, and here we will firstly store that message in a variable called message. It will be of type string. So let's write it where, and that will be binding dot message dot text dot to string, message dot text to string. And if the message is empty, we will not send any message like this, so we will show an error to the user. So for this we will use an if condition in our code. So let's go to our code again. Here we will use an if condition. If the message is empty, if message dot is empty, then we will show an error in edit text. So write binding dot message dot error is equals to enter a message. So I will just press tab because it is giving me a correct code, and change this message from enter a message to enter a message before sending. So okay, now in the else statement we will simply send the message. So we will create a function with name send message, and we will pass a string of message, and now we will implement this function here after on create. So right here fun send message. So I will just press tab, it is showing me correct code. So when we will send a message to the backend, we will not only send the message typed by the user, but with it, we will send some additional information like the sender ID of the message and the timestamp when the message was sent, so that we can show it to the front end. So let's firstly, we will have to create a model for this. So we will go to the model, and here we will create a messaging model. So create a new Kotlin class file and name it as message model, and it will be a data class. So before this class, write here data and remove these curly braces. Use here round braces, and our first variable will be message. So write here val message. It will be of type string, and then write a comma, and our second variable will be sender ID, and it will be also of type string, and then the another variable will be timestamp. The t must be small, timestamp, and it will be of type timestamp. Let's initialize this variable also. So our message will be, let's be empty string, and sender ID will be also empty string, and timestamp will be timestamp dot now. Now close this model, and inside our chat activity we will create a variable of this model. So write here val message model of type message model is equals to, we will create a new message model. So write here message model, and inside it we will have to pass three variables. So write here firstly message, comma, we will get the ID from the util dot get user ID, comma, and the timestamp will be timestamp dot now, timestamp dot now. So our model has created. We can now just send it to the Firebase. So now the question is, where are we going to store this? So open your Firebase, and here if you see inside the chat room, we have our chat ID and last message sender and our last message timestamp and user IDs. So along with all these nodes, we will save our message node, and we will also change the last message sender ID. So now coming back to Android Studio, firstly we need the reference of our chat room, and for this reference we will just copy the code from here, from the else statement. Just copy it and we will paste it above the message model we recently created. Here just paste the code. So in the constructor of chat room model, if you go to chat room model, so we only need to modify some of the fields. So we will just write the field name and their values here inside this constructor. So write here last message timestamp and pass here timestamp dot now, and last message sender ID, it will be utils dot get user ID. So these fields of our chat room will get modified and updated. So if you have seen my previous video, you must be knowing that it will get saved in this chat room ID, and we were creating this chat room ID from here, you already know it, and stored it here, and we are saving the data in this chat room ID only. See, in this chat room we are saving or modifying the data currently. So after the message model, here I will just press the tab because it is showing me correct code, and then I will explain it to you. So firstly, what we are doing, we are getting the reference of the chat room and then the child, which is chat room ID, and then we are creating a new child inside it, which is messages. Then we have used a push function which will push all the messages as soon as new message come, And then what we will do, we will set the value of message model which we have recently created. And what this statement is doing, this is just clearing the edit text, which is where we are typing the message, so that after we send a message, the message automatically get clear from the edit text. So now here you can see our last message sender ID and last message timestamp will get changed. And this is the list of user IDs which we are not setting currently. So now we can go back to the Android Studio and we can run the app. So just run the app. Okay, so our app got installed. Here in the chat section, I will show you the Firebase parallelly and see what changes are done here at the real time. So let me first refresh the Firebase for you so that you will see the changes in the real time. And so now coming to our app, let's search for the user. If I search here for Pawan, and here my both IDs will appear. So I will select the second one, Pawan Singh Tangaria. And if I click on edit text and send a message like, hello, I am user 1. And then if I send this message, you can see the Firebase is reflecting the message in the real time. The message node get created and the last message sender ID also got edited here, you can see. And last message timestamp, if I maximize it, you can see the nanosecond and seconds. And if you go to the messages, here the message ID, and here hello, I am user 1, sender ID and timestamp. Let's see if both the timestamps are same. Okay, the timestamp seconds are same, but the nanoseconds are different, which is okay. And now we can minimize it. Minimize this also. There is one issue. Our last message sender ID got added, but our chat room ID got empty because we are not setting it when we are modifying this chat room model. So it is okay, we can do it later. And if we try to enter some new message here from the end of another user, which is Pawan Singh Tangaria, so I will have to firstly log into Pawan Singh Tangaria ID. So I will just close the app, uninstall it, and go to Android Studio and just rerun the app, give it permission to install, and parallelly I will show you what changes will be done in the Firebase. So let's wait. So our app has run. So firstly I will have to log in from the end of another user, which is Pawan Singh Tangaria. So I will enter the phone number, which is 10 times 1, and click on continue. It will send me an OTP, and the OTP is 6 times 1, and click on continue. It will verify the OTP and then the login will be successful, and I will enter my username Pawan Singh Tangaria. Tangaria is actually my caste or surname, you can say, and click on continue. And if I click on search icon and I search for Pawan, and this time I will message Pawan Singh. So click on Pawan Singh, and if I write any message like subscribe to my channel, subscribe to my channel, and then click on send, you can see our Firebase database has changed, but it run with some issue because there is only one single node. And if you rewind this video, let me show you the picture. Here you can see initially 2 message nodes are getting created with different messages, which is one from the first user, second from the another user, and then the older one is getting overridden with the new message node. So we want to change this because we want new nodes within the message nodes to save the message histories. So we will rewrite the code again. So let me show you the error once again, and you can see rest of the things are getting changed also, like sender ID and our chat room ID is also getting changed, and all the user details are same because we are not doing any operation in it. We are just doing operation in chat room. And let's retest it. Maybe this time you will understand the problem more correctly and clearly. So if I write any message in the edit text from the user end Pawan Singh Dangaria, so let's write hello. So let's write hello and I send the message. You can see two message nodes are created initially, and within the fraction of seconds it is getting merged in the first node, and only hello message is staying here. And if I write hey Pawan and send it, here you can see again the hello message got deleted and only hey Pawan message stays here, which is not good because we also need to maintain the chat history and show the previous chats also. So for this, go to Android Studio again and comment this inside the send message. Now firstly we will get the reference of chat room. So let's write here well chat room reference is equals to Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference chat room dot child. It will be chat room ID which we have already stored in global variable, and now we will change the two specific values of that chat room. So we will change only those. So let me just comment and write here update last message time and sender only. And if you see our previous method, we were changing whole chat room model. That's why our some values was getting initialized with null string. And so now we will change some data only. So come here again and I will just press tab because it is giving me correct suggestion. So you can see what we are doing. We are going into the chat room reference and the value of this child, which is last message timestamp and last message sender ID, we are changing only those values. Now we also need to create the message model and send the message to the backend, and again it is giving me correct code, so I will just press tab. And now let me explain you. So what it is doing, it is firstly creating a message model with this and all these details, and I hope you have understood it from the previous message model which we have created. And now we in the chat model we are creating a child with name messages, and then we are pushing all those messages inside this node which is messages and setting the value of message model. And then we are again clearing the message from the edit text in this row. So now let's test the app again.
Also, let's open the Firebase. So our app has run. Now if I search here for the user Pawan Singh, so I only write Pawan and click on search icon and then click on the Pawan Singh. And if I write a message here, let's say we type developer Pawan Singh, and then click on send button, you can see immediately the changes are reflected here. And you can see this time a new node inside the message node has created which contain our message. So earlier this was not getting, it was just overriding the previous node. So that's all for this video. So now let me summarize the video. So till now we have implemented the backend of our chatting functionality, and in the next video we will be implementing the front end part of the chatting where we will show the chats of the users between the users. So that's all for this video. And if you haven't subscribed to me yet, then please consider subscribing me.
And thanks to those who have already subscribed to me. We are soon going to hit 2000 subscribers. So thank you for watching the video, guys. So in previous video, we implemented the messaging backend, And in this video, we will be implementing the front end of that messaging, where we will show those messages which are present in backend in the front end of the app to the users. So when we open our activity chat and split the view, as you are already familiar with UI of other chatting app, so here we will show the message of the second user, and in the right side we will show the message of first user. So in order to implement this, we will be using recycler view. As we have already implemented recycler view once in the user search list, so this time you will be able to understand it better. So in order to implement recycler view, we need three things. Firstly is a layout which will show what kind of list we are going to show in the recycler view. Second thing is our view holder. Third thing is our adapter. So let's firstly create a layout. So go to layout directory and create a new layout resource file, and we will name this file as message row because it is going to show the row of message. So message row, and click on OK. Now split the view and remove this constraint layout. We will work with relative layout, and inside this relative layout we will be firstly using card view. So choose the Android X card view. Give both width and height as wrap content. Now give it a background color, and let's select primary color as background color, and then close this tag. And inside this card view we will be using our text view. It will be match parent and match parent, and then text will be, this is a sample text, as the text size is very small, so we will just give it a text size. So right here text size, and let's say 18 sp. Then we will give it a text color. So text color will be black, and close this tag, and here give it a padding of 15 dp. Okay, I think the padding is not working here, so we will have to give it padding in the relative layout. So right here padding, and let's say 10 dp. Okay, 10 dp is working fine. As our text is touching the border of the card layout, so we will give the text a margin. So inside text view, right here margin, and give it 5 dp. So now our text and card view are separated. So I think here we will give background tint inside the card view. So now it is giving us primary background color. So we need to change the text color from black to white, then only it will show. This is looking fine, and now we can give a corner radius to our card view. So let's say 10 dp. 10 dp is good, but our text margin is not good because it is looking weird. So just remove this, our layout margin, from the text view. We will give it margin differently. So remove this line, and right here margin horizontal, and it will be somewhat 8 dp, and then margin vertical will be 5 dp only. Now we can see our text is looking good. As you can see, we have given match parent to the text view, so our text view can reach till the right side of the chat. So when the user second will send any message, and it will be longer, so this can reach the right side also. So for this we will be giving a margin to this card view, so that the message length do not exceed from a particular area. So for this we will be giving a margin at this point where I kept the cursor. So here inside the card view, give it margin end of 80 dp, and now set the ID for this card view. So right here ID, and it will be left container, or we can say left holder, and give the ID to this text view also, and write it as left chat. Now we will copy this whole card view copy this and just paste it. Now firstly change these IDs because they will give error. So go to text view. Firstly change the ID of text view and the ID will be right chat. Also the ID of card view will be right holder. So this right text view which we created recently, so this will be showing the message of the user one. So we need to keep this at the right side of the page. So what we will do, we will align this at the end of the parent. So here inside the card view, right here aligned parent end and make it as true, and it is not going completely end because we have given it margin end. So right here margin start as 80 dp. Now you can see our both chats are showing, the chat of user 1 and user 2. Now to make this more attractive, so click on the message of user 1 and here click on the color and go to custom color. Choose any color you want. I will choose green color. So this looks okay. The message is not very clear, but I was just showing you how we can do it. So you can select any color you want. So now let me explain you what we are doing and why we are using two text views in a single row. But before this, we will have to change this, the height of relative layout to wrap content. And why we are doing this, you already know because we did this mistake in our search user layout where all those layouts were occupying the space of full page. Now also change this padding from 10 dp to 8 dp, otherwise our gap between two messages will become so large. So now let me explain you why we are using two messages in a single row. So it depends on the visibility and the sender only. So let me explain you by taking an example. For example, if user 1 is sending any message, then what we will do, we will hide the second text view and only show the first text view, and there will be text of user 1. And if user 2 is replying to the text of user 1, then what we will do, we will hide the text view of user 1 and then only show the text view of user 2. So that's how our UI will work, and if this will get implemented then you will understand it more. So now let's go to our adapter section so that we will create an adapter for it. So close all the view, go to adapters, create a new Kotlin class file and name this adapter as chat adapter and press enter. And now we need this adapter same as search user adapter. So copy all, just press Ctrl A, Ctrl C and then paste it inside this chat adapter. And now firstly change this name from search user adapter to chat adapter, and here also write it as chat adapter. Change the name of inner class also, so it will be chat view holder, and here also change it to chat view holder, and here also chat view holder, here also chat view holder, here also chat view holder. Now that's it. Now we can remove this and remove this bracket also. Now we can remove the variable which we have created here inside the inner class. So remove this, and also the model which we are using here is of user. So change this from user to chat model. Okay, so we don't have chat model. Let's see what model we created for the chat. Inside the model, it is message model. So instead of chat model, write here message model, and here also instead of user write here message model, and here in on point view holder also message model. Now change this r.layout to the layout which we recently created. Here you can see it is message row. So right here message row. Now our basic model of view holder is ready, or adapter is ready. So we need to optimize these imports. Either you can remove this one by one, or you can simply press Ctrl Alt O. So inside the inner class, we need to create all those variables which are declared there inside our view. So right here, well, left holder is equals to item view dot find view by id, and change it to card view, and r.id dot left holder, and then duplicate it. Just press Ctrl D and name it as right holder, and id also will be right holder. And then we need two more variables, so just press Ctrl D two times. It will be left message, and it will be right message, and make the message M capital, and here in left message also, and change this id to left chat, and here right chat. So now we have the variables for those IDs which we have already declared inside our row, which we recently created, the message row. Now what we need to do, we need to perform some operations on this variables. So go to onBind view holder and write a if condition. So right here if. So it is already giving me some suggestion, and the suggestion is correct. So I will just press tab and then I will explain it to you. Here it says model.sender ID, which means who is the sender of the message. If that is equal to the ID of user1, which we have already saved inside our util file. If this condition is true, it means the sender of the message is user1, and if this condition is false, it means the sender of the message is user2, and hence we will show or hide the text view which I have created according to the user ID. So inside this, so firstly import this utils class, import this, and then inside this if condition, right here holder dot left holder visibility will be gone. So select the left holder, and it is already giving me suggestion, so just press tab and again press tab. Okay, so it is giving me error here, so let me check what this error is. Okay, so while duplicating the variables, we set the type of text view as card view, so change this from card view to text view, and here also in the right message change it to text view, and it will be equals model dot message. And so now let me explain you what we are doing. Firstly, I have already explained you the if condition. Here what we will check if the sender is user1 or user2, and then what we will do, if the sender is user1, here inside the message row you can see the left side is user2 and the right side is user1. So if the sender is user1, which means the right side text view, then what we will do, we will hide this left side text view. Here it will something show like remove this from the first text view. So this is how our message will look. It will just show the right side text. Right now I am just deleting the message, but at the backend we are just making it gone, which means this will not show and only the right side message will show. And same thing happen for both the users. So let me just remove this text also, and now go to adapter again. So now this will happen, and then we will make the visibility of the left holder as gone, and then we will only show the right holder, and then we will set the message which will come from the model, and this will happen when the user is user1. So let me just write sender is me, and inside the else condition it is already giving me suggestion, so I will just press tab, and it is just opposite of the above one. You can match this. The code is just opposite of above code, because we have to just do same thing but in opposite way. You can see we are setting the text from the model, and here I will comment the user is someone else, or we can say sender is person 2, And now if we scroll up, and we can hide these imports by minimizing it. And now we can go to implement this chat activity here. So we need to firstly set up this adapter, and we will be setting it after we need to set up it before the button send. So right here, set up message adapter, and we will implement this function. So just implement this function. We can just write it simply. Right here, fun setup message adapter, and inside this we can use this by pressing the tab. But I want to explain you again how we did it in search tab. Here also we will create the query same as we did in our search activity, but this time we will use the ID and reference of chat room, and then we will pass it to the options. And I hope you have already understood it, so it will take less time of mine. So I will just copy the code from our search activity and then paste it here, and I will explain you it. So just go to our search activity and just copy this method, set up search recycler view, copy the content, and then paste it inside our chat activity here inside this function setup message adapter, and it will show us error. So firstly let's remove this query, and inside the option we will have to change this. So Firebase Recycler option builder, we need to change this data type, change it to message model, and inside the query also write here message model and adapter. Okay, so firstly we need to initialize an adapter. So write here where adapter, and it will be of type chat adapter, and this adapter can be null. So write a question mark and initialize it with null. So now we can use it here, and binding dot, instead of user list we will write here message list, and similarly here write here message list. And now also this adapter, instead of search user adapter we will write here chat adapter, and this option is passed here. And here we need to write a question mark after the adapter because it is of null type. So write here question mark, and now we need to give this query. So firstly we need to reach till the message node. So write here Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference, then pass here chat room dot child, and then pass inside the child chat room id dot child messages. So by this way we will reach till the message node. And how we are going to order it? So write here order by child. Firstly pass here timestamp, so it will automatically fetch the messages by the order of timestamp. Let me show you. In our messages node inside the chat room, last message, no, this one not, inside the messages here a message contain this timestamp and it contains seconds, so we will order by second. So after the timestamp write a slash and then write second. So how it will order those? It will firstly go to the timestamp and then it will order by the seconds of the timestamp. And also we need to change the behavior of this linear layout manager. So here inside this linear layout manager write dot apply and write here stack from end and make it true. So now what this will do, this will show the messages starting from the bottom of the screen. So let me show you by going to our chatting screen. So go to layouts and here activity chat. If we don't make that property true, so what will happen? Messages will start from top to bottom. But if we do it true, then what will happen? All those messages, so stack from, and if this is true, the messages will start from bottom. If I say hi here, and it will start filling from bottom to top of the stack. So that's why that property is used. And now we can run the app. So our app got installed. Now if I search for the user Pawan, and then if I click on the first, then you can see our app got crashed. So let me check what's the issue. So in Android Studio, if you see here, it is telling us that it's the issue of Firebase database, the issue of timestamp. So we can close this, and if we go to our model, which is message model, here we are saving the timestamp. Let's remove this and change it to long, and then we will save a different time format. So right here, system dot current time millis. This will save the time in milliseconds. So we can copy this whole statement. So just copy it, go to chat room model, and also here the last message timestamp, change this also, and just paste the code we copied and remove this timestamp. So here also we will save this in the system format and remove this, and remove here also. Now we can run the app again, and it will again give us error wherever we have used the old code. So just debug it. So now you can see here inside this, it will automatically send us to that part where we have used it. So remove this, and here also use system dot current time in millis, this one, and also here remove this, write system dot current time in millis, and click here. Here also we have to make the changes. Now everything is good. We can run the app again. So again it got crashed. Let's see the catalog, and if I scroll it up, okay, so here it is saying that we can't convert hash map to long. So this is the issue of our backend. So we will have to go to Firebase, and we will have to delete all these nodes. So remove all users, and also remove this chat room. So now we will run the app again, and also we need to firstly delete the app of our device, and then we will install it. So come back to Android Studio, and now we can rerun the app. And before running the app, we will have to uninstall the previous version of app from our device. So let me uninstall the app and run it at the same time from the Android Studio. And parallelly, I will also show you the Firebase activities. So our app has run. You can see here splash screen, and then I will firstly enter the number. So let's log in with 10 times one number. Click on continue, and then it will send me an OTP. The OTP is 6 times 1. So let's wait for it, and I will enter 6 times 1 and click on continue. It will verify the OTP. It will firstly say login failed, then login successful, and I will enter my name, Pawan Singh. Click on continue, and here one user is registered, and now I need to register another user also with whom I will chat. So for this, let's clear the data of the app. So firstly close it, and just go to app information and remove all the data, clear all data. Okay, and now I will log in from another number. So now I will use 10 times 9 and click on continue, and then I will enter the OTP, which is 6 times 9, and click on continue again. I will enter my username as Pavan Tangaria and click on continue again. Now you can see a new user has been created in our database. And now if I search for a user and write here Pavan and search, and if I want to message the user one which I created firstly, Pavan Singh, so click on it. Now you can see a chat room already get created as soon as I click on Pavan Singh with all the details you can see here. And if I write a message hello, you can see inside the messages it got saved, and it is also showing me in the front end. And if I write here how are you Pavan Singh and then write a question mark, and then if I send it, so you can see it is instantly getting updated in our database, and also our UI is getting updated. And now if I log in from the second user end, so now if I enter my username here, let's say Pavan Tangadia, and click on continue, and if I search for user here, the user will be Pavan. Okay, so when we were logging in this time, we kept both the names same. So this was our mistake, but you can see both the numbers are different, and for my ID, U is written after my name. So I will just click on another person. So now you can see how the messages from other person's perspective looks. So if I reply to the message, I am good, how are you Pavan Tangaria, then click on OK. So send it. You can see the database got updated immediately. And if I write how about you, you can see the database is getting updated and our UI is working perfectly fine. And then if I click on back icon, you can see I will go to the chat section where we haven't worked till now. So in next video we will implement this section. So that's all for this video, and if you have any feedback then please comment it. I will try to improve myself. And here are all those notes of the messages, you can read it and tell me know if you have any suggestions for me. And so the previous code which we wrote still have some issues, so let's fix them first. So let me tell you what's the issue. So whenever we type the message, so we get the recent message at the bottom of our messages as we implemented it. So what's happening now? So when our message get full, which means our whole screen is full, I mean to say when the recycler view item exceed the screen size and some items are above the screen. So when we go back and then we open the chat, that time our first chat, which means the chat we did for the very first time, is showing first, and then we have to scroll it down till the recent message. So we don't want this, we need to fix this. So for this we will just go inside activity chat and here write fit system window and make this attribute as true. So now we need to change some code in our XML also. So firstly go to manifest file and inside our chat activity write here a Windows soft input mode and make it as adjust pan, and then go to chat activity and after this adapter write here adapter dot register adapter data observer, and inside this pass the object of recycler view dot adapter data observer and give it a bracket curly braces, and then you can see it is already giving me a suggestion. So I will just press tab and then I will explain it to you. So we have to override on item range inserted and it will give us two arguments. First is the start position, and the second is item count. So we have to work with this start position. So make it as 0. Binding dot message list dot scroll to position, we have to make it 0. So now this will work fine. Our issues are resolved from the previous video. And now what we are going to do in this video. So now let me explain you what we are going to do in this video. So firstly go to activity chat. So when we chat with the user by searching his name and click on the back button, then we move back to our main activity. Here activity main, and then what we have to do here we have to show the list of all those users with whom we have recently chat. So for implementing this, again we will use the recycler view and we will implement it. So this video is going to similar to yesterday's video. So firstly close all this tab and we will go to the fragment which we created, which is chat fragment. Here we will show the recycler view. So firstly we will have to go to chat fragment XML and split this view and remove this text view. And then in place of this text view, we will be using recycler view to show the list of recent users with whom we have talked. So right here recycler view, its width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And in next line, we will give it an ID. So right here ID, it will be recent chats, and also we will have to align it with our parent, top of our parent layout, which is relative layout. So right here align parent top and make it as true. Also we will give a padding to this relative layout. So right here padding of 5 dp. So that's okay. Right here 5. So 5 dp is good. As we have already done it, we have implemented the recycler view twice in this series, and this is the third time I am going to implement it. So I hope you have already cleared the concept of adapter and all. So firstly, to implement the recycler view, we need one dummy row which will show how our other rows will look. So for this, I am going to just copy the previous code. So let me tell you how our rows will look. So if we go to layout file inside our resources, and you see here search user row, the last one. So see, this is how our search user look, and we are going to implement this as our recent user list also with some changes. So just copy this, just click on it and then copy it, and inside the layout we have to paste it. Just paste it, and we will name this as recent user row and then click on OK. So click on cancel, then close this, and here we have to make some changes in our recent user row. So firstly scroll down, and in this text view where we were showing the number, now we will show the last message. So right here last message text, and also we will change its ID because we are going to change this in runtime, so we need its ID. So instead of user number, right here last text. So below this last text message, what we are going to do, we are also going to show the timing of the last text. So for this we will just copy this text view and then paste it just below it, and we will change its ID to time, and then we will change this text. Let's suppose remove this and write here 12:49 space PM, but our text is not showing here in the view because of some size issue. So firstly we will change the size of this material card view. So make it as 60 dp. 60 is very small, so make it 80 dp. And after this, so let's go to the linear layout after this, inside this material card view, and from wrap content make it match parent. Now you will be able to see this text. So let's reduce the size of this text from 18 sp to 11 sp. 11 sp is looking so small, so we can do one thing. We can increase the whole size of its height. So go to the parent layout and from 80 dp make it 90 dp, and now you can see we can increase the size of this text. So click on it and let's say it can be 13 sp. And now, so let's give it some margin from the top also. Let's say margin of 2 dp, and let's also give margin top to this second text view, margin top of 2 dp. The gaps between all the text views is uneven. Let's change the text inside the time text view. So right here, last message at, then change the margin top from 4 dp to 3 dp. And now we can also change the position of this image view. So click on this image view, and here we will give it a layout gravity. So right here, layout gravity, and make it as center vertical. Now it has come at the center, and now this is how our layout will look. Now we can close this layout, and also we can minimize this layout package. And now we need to create one adapter, and also we need a model for it, but we already have some models and we can use them. So here you can see we have a chat adapter, and inside the model here we have a chat room model. We will not use this, but we will use message model because we need these things like message. We will show the last message, timestamp, the last timestamp of the message, and the sender ID. So this model we will use in our adapter. So we will create an adapter. So now let's create an adapter. Go to adapter, create a new Kotlin class file, and here write its name as recent chat adapter, and then click on enter. Now we will copy the content from search user adapter. So select all, Control C, and then paste it here. Just paste it. And now we need to change this name. Name it as recent chat adapter. Here also recent chat adapter. And here instead of user view holder, we will write recent chat view holder. And now we need to change this everywhere. So just copy it and paste it here. Paste it here also. And here, this place. So this was okay. Now we need to change this ID. So instead of search user row, we recently created this recent user row. So right here, recent user row, recent user row. And now the data type which we will be using is chat room model. So remove this user from here and write chat room model, and follow the same process wherever we have written user. Like here, instead of user, write here chat room model, and we can also remove this import. Now scroll down and here use chat room model, and we can remove all this code inside on bind view holder. Now we will write code from the scratch, and also we can remove these two. Actually we need these two as username and user number. We are going to display it, so just leave it as it is, and then press Ctrl Alt O. This will optimize our imports, and then rename this variable. We will name this as last chat, or we can say last message. and also we will change this ID. It will be last text. Then create a variable with name time. I will just press tab because it is showing correct code. Now we need to write the code of onBind viewholder. But firstly, we will write the code of chat fragment. So open the chat fragment. Here we will write code here first, and we will just copy the code from our search user activity. So open the first search user activity, minimize this, and it will be inside activities. So go to activities and then click on search user activity. We need this function till last, on start and on stop also. So copy this function and paste it inside chat fragment. Here after the on create view, paste it. And now firstly we need to correct some things. Here firstly let's import the adapter right here, late in it, where just press tab and remove this adapter. We will use our new adapter which is recent chat adapter. Then call the method which we just pasted here and remove this from the function. We will not pass any argument. And now we need to modify these codes. So in the adapter right here, recent chat adapter, and inside the options change this from user model to chat room model. And here also after the query write chat room model. Now we will change the adapter. So firstly here we will just change it, so remove it, and inside the fragment we will have to see. If we go to our chat fragment chat XML, so its ID is recent chats, this one. Okay, so right here recent chats, and here instead of user right here recent chats. Now instead of this we will pass the activity name, but firstly we will correct the query. So just remove these 3 lines. Actually we need to remove all this, and also this is giving error, so remove this and write here context, get context. This is only context. So firstly we need to visit to Firebase so that I can explain you what will be the query now. So let's move to the Firebase. So we need 3 things. Firstly let me take you to the database. So we need 3 things inside the chat room. See what we have. We have last message sender ID. This will tell the username, and we have also the messages, and then we have the last message timestamp also. So we will use chat room. So inside the child, instead of user, write here chat room. Sorry, there is some mistake, as chat room is itself a node, parent node. So we will remove this and we will get the reference of it. So instead of getting the reference of all user, write here chat room and dot order by child last message timestamp inside the double quotes, and make sure you write is correct as it is written in database. Otherwise it will return you the wrong data, or it will not return you any data. So after this the work is done here. Now we need to adjust our linear layout and tell it how it will show our data. So after the adapter here inside the binding dot recent chats, so after this line write a dot and then write apply and then give it a curly braces, and inside it we will write reverse layout is equals to true, and in the next line we will write stack from end is equals to true, and then it is your work to find what this line is doing. You can use ChatGPT and other thing, and you can comment it on the video. Now we can go to our recent chat adapter and complete it. Here inside our onBind view holder, so we need 2 variables. Firstly create one variable and name it as current user ID, and we will get this user ID from our utility class. So right here utils dot get user id, and then we also need the second user id. So right here val other user id is equals to model dot user ids dot first, and inside the first it will return it. So we will use if it is not equals to current user id. So now let me explain you what is this line doing. Firstly, we are fetching the user IDs from the model. So let me take you to the user ID. So inside the user ID, you can see it is a list of strings which contain the user ID of two users. Firstly is the user 1, secondly the user 2. And we need the ID of user 2. So here you can see what we are doing from the model. We are getting the user ID and the first ID which is not equals to the current user ID, because current user ID is user 1, and if the ID is not user 1 then it means it is user 2 ID. So I hope you have understood the code. If you haven't understood it, so you can revisit the video. So now in the next line we will get the data from the Firebase. So right here Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference, and firstly pass the reference of here of all the users. So right here all users, and then inside the all user we need the users. So right here slash users. This will give the user node. Let me show you how. Inside all user there is user node. It is simple to any URL you can see here, like the inside the project there is chit chat project. So similarly inside the all users here we have users. So we need the child. So right here child, which is other user ID, because we are getting the name of other user. So for this we are using this code. So right here dot get, and in the next line right here dot add on success listener, and let's say it will return a data snapshot. We will not work with it. So right here data snapshot and give an arrow, and right here well username is equals to data snapshot dot child, and pass the username here, username dot value, yes, and write it as string. And if this value is null, so what we will do, we will write in place of it as unknown user. So now we have fetched the username, the name of other user. So now we need to place it inside our view. So right here holder dot username dot text is equals to username. So what this code is doing, so it is fetching the username of another user which is user 2 using the other user ID, and if the username is not known, so it will be unknown user. It will show unknown user in our text view. Similarly we will fetch other details also. So again right here Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference. This time we need the reference of our chat room, and then right here dot child, and then pass the chat room ID. So right here model dot chat room ID, and after this write in the next line dot child. We need the messages, and we need the first message. So right here limit to last and 1, because it will show our last message. So right here dot get dot add on success listener, and again we will work with snapshot. So right here data snapshot and give an arrow here, write if snapshot dot exist, which means we have already talked to the user. So right here well, it is showing me correct code, so I will just press tab, and I have already explained this code in the previous block. So I will just press the tab. So here what we are doing, we are storing the last message of the user in our chat room. It can be of user 1 and can be of user 2 also. But if there is no message, so inside the else part, what we will do, holder dot last message dot text is equals to, here right, say hi, and then we will use a emoji of hand. So for this, just press window and then press the dot icon. So here we will search hi and then click on this icon. Now okay, we have a hi icon here. We can say it's an emoji in the text. So till now we have successfully set our two variables, which is the username. Here you can see the username, the last message, and now we need to set this time also. And if we go to the XML, just press Ctrl and click on time. So here we have to set the time. So from how we will get this time. So if we go to the model, which is chat room model, here you can see the last message timestamp, and it will return the time in milliseconds like a big number. So what we have to do, we have to convert it in a format. So go to recent chat adapter and here write well time in millisecond or millis, you can write anything. I will just write millis, and then is equals to model dot last message timestamp, and in the next line we will convert this time from millisecond to the format we need it. So just write date is equals to, so this is the full code of conversion, and I have also set the time in our holder. So you don't need to remember this, you just need to Google it and you can get this code. So we have also set the time. Now in our manifest, if you haven't included these three user permissions, so include it. I think we have already included it, but in my project this is I am creating again. So I will include these three. You will already have it. So let me just edit quickly and run the app. So our app has run. First let's splash screen, then home screen, then wait for some time. So now you can see our user with recent chats are now showing in our chat section. So if we click on it, it will not do anything because we haven't implemented that feature now. But if we want to send the message, firstly we will have to again go to the search icon, and I will search here for Pawan. So right here Pawan and click on the first icon. So now if I send any other message, it must show in the recent message and also the time must get changed. So if I write here okay, so this is the last message. If I go back, again go back, so our app got crashed. So let me check why it got crashed. So inside the catalog, so if we scroll up, here you can see it is giving index out of bound and inconsistency detected for our database. So let me check this, what this issue is. So when we go to our recent chat activity, sorry, adapter, you can see get reference. Inside it, I have written the wrong spelling. It will be chat room and I have written only CHAROOM. So if you also did the same mistake, then please change it to chat room. So now if we run the app now, so our app got started and you can see our home page is showing the recent chats now, as I chat with Pawan Tangaria ID with last message as hello sir. So again let me search for the same ID, and you can see if I write any message like hey how are you and send it, you can see I think there is one error. Whenever I type any message, it will take me to the first message. Yes, so we will fix this also. So let me go back. So again the app got crashed and the reason is same. So let's fix this. So close this And firstly delete the lockets, cut this, and now close this also. And close the manifest file also. And inside our chat fragment, here go to chat fragment, and here we will add our on resume method. So override it, and then we will copy the content of on start. So just copy it and paste it in here. So the logic is same in on resume and on start. Remove this extra space. So now if you go to our recent chat adapter, so in this, the way we were getting the username of other person, so we can change this also. So firstly we have to comment it out, the above one. Here we were getting the username using the other user ID and setting it to the username. So we will have to change it now. And what we will do, we will store the username in hash map corresponding to the user IDs. So in this way we will have both the user IDs and usernames. So for this, select this one and comment it, and we will use the hash map as I have already told you. So just below the other user ID here, we will create a new variable. So create user name, and it will be, we will be using user map. So firstly we will have to create it. So remove this. We will create the user map in some other activity or fragment, but for now we will just pass it to the adapter. So inside the adapter with options, we will have to pass this username map. So write a comma, and in the next line write private val username map, and it will be of type map, and it will take both string type. ID will be stored in string, and also the username will be stored in string. So that's it. Now we can use this username map below. So we will do it later, but firstly create it. So in our chat room model, you can see we will get the user IDs from here, user ID list. Then close the model and again go back to the recent chat adapter here. Now let's suppose this username map has the user ID and then its username. So now it can be used here in our username. So write here username map and give a bracket, and here write other user ID, and if it is null then we will write unknown user. We write here colon after question mark. So here what we will get, we will get the username of the user, other user ID from this map, and then what we will do, we will set this to the text where we were setting the other username. So in the next line, just below it, write holder dot username dot text is equals to username. So for doing this, earlier here we set this. Earlier we were doing a long process of this, but now we have done this from the hash map. But for getting the values in the hash map, we will have to do the same process. Now scroll up and we can close this, and we can go, if we move to the chat fragment, it will give an error because we have to pass a user map along with options. So here firstly we will create the user map. So right here private val username map is equals to, we will create a hash map which will take the user ID in string and also the username as string, and give a bracket after it, and it will store user IDs and username. So just write a comment. I will just press tab. So after this we will also have to provide the value inside this, and just below the on create view function we will create a new function which will fetch all the username. So we will create a function right here private fun fetch all usernames, and we will be using the lambda expression for it. So inside the bracket write on complete, right here on complete, and then give a colon, and again then give a bracket. It will return unit, and in the next line right here Firebase database. This, it is the same code we wrote there which we commented recently. So right here Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference. We will get the users from all users, and then right here in the next line dot get dot add on success listener. It will return the data snapshot, and we will use a for loop to fetch both the user IDs. So it is giving me correct code. I will just modify it a little bit for the user ID. So we are using here for each loop to get all the IDs and username. So we will modify this user ID, how we are getting the user ID. We will use the data snapshot, but remove this and remove this child also. So right here dot key, and if the key is null, then what we will do, we will continue the loop. So that's it. Our map is also fetching the values correctly and saving it inside the username, and if the username is null, so it will be saving unknown user, and then we will put it in the map, and we will map it with the user ID and username. So that's it. And after the for loop get complete, we will give a callback to our on complete. So right here on complete. So if you don't know about the concept of callback and all, I have already told you to refer to the articles or some videos on the YouTube. Later on I will also add the Kotlin playlist, then I will explain you it correctly. So now we need to add this function in our on create view. So right here fetch all usernames, and then we will set up our recycler view. So cut this and paste it inside the fetch all usernames. So now in the options we will also pass the hash map. So right here username map. Now go to search user activity, and here after binding the toolbar, so when we are setting the navigation, we will have to start the activity from this activity to main activity. So write this statement also, then finish it, and now we can run the app and it will work fine. So let's run the app. So this is our chat fragment here. If you go to the search icon, and if I search for the user Pawan and click on the first user, scroll it down, and let's write a message like Harry Potter, and if I send it, so we have to correct this issue. After sending a message, we go to the first message we sent and we have to scroll it down. So we will correct it in second video. So if I go back, now you can see the activity is changing correctly, and we are seeing the current message time on our home screen. Till previous video we have done all the things, but in this video I will tell you that why the architecture which we followed is wrong, and then we will correct it. So this is the page where we ended the last video, so we will continue after it. So firstly close all the thing, then open the recent chat adapter, and inside this, if we scroll up, you can see here inside it we are directly showing the message to the user when we are fetching the message from the recent screen. So what we have to do, we will show a U tag after the message if the message is sent by us, and otherwise we can either show the user ID or leave it as it is. So inside this block of code we are going to implement that functionality, and we will be using a boolean variable to store whether the message is sent by me or it is sent by other user. So create a variable here var and name it as is message by me, and we will fetch this using the model. So write here model dot last message sender id dot equals and pass here the id of the first person, that is we will get from utils. So write here util dot get user id, and now we will check if the user id is our or the user id is of user 1, then we will show a u tag before the text which we are showing in our recent chat list. So write here if is message by me. So just remove this, cut this and paste it here, and before the message we will also write a u tag. So write here inside double quotes u and then give a colon, and we will have a closing double quotes after this message, and before this message write a dollar symbol. And in the else statement you can either press tab because it is showing the correct code, but there is a catch. If the username is too long, then it will not look good. So what we will do, we will just show the message. So we don't need to write the user name here, just write message. Okay, this will look good now. Also we need to set a click listener on all those rows. So when we click on the row, we will directly go to the chat room. So for this we will copy the code from our search user activity or search user adapter and we will paste it here. So let's go to our search user adapter here and scroll down, and here we have to copy this code where we are setting the click listener. So copy this and again go to recent chat adapter and paste it here, and we need to change this information so that we will send it to the chat activity. So we already have this username and user id. When you scroll up, so above this you can see inside our on bind view holder we already have a username and other user id. So we will just write it there. So remove the dot model from here, model dot, sorry, and then here also remove this model dot, and instead of uit write here other user id. So now our work is done. We can now test the app. So our app has run. So in the home screen now we can see a u tag before our message. If I click on the list, so you can see now we are directly moving to the chat room. But the issue is if we still write a message, then again it will go to up. So and when we press the back button, so app got crashed. So let's see what's the issue. So inside our logcat, if we scroll down, so this is the issue, and the similar issue we have encountered earlier also, and so this is the issue, you can see it. So now let's correct this issue. So close this and open this chat fragment, and when you scroll down inside the on resume, instead of starting it, so write here adapter dot notify dataset changed, notify dataset changed, and now we can rerun the app. So our app has started, and now in the home screen we will see the recent user, and when we click on the message, scroll it and come back, now our app is not crashing. So the issue is resolved. So now let's resolve the second issue also of showing the message from the last message. So firstly what we will do, we will comment both these statements and then go to our chat activity, and inside the chat activity in the adapter we have already applied it and stack and from true. And now here you can see what we are doing, scroll to position as 0. So instead of 0, what we have to write adapter dot item count -1. This will show the latest message first and add here an assertion operator. So now we can run the app. So now you can see when I click on the recent user list and if I type any message and send it, you can see latest message at first. So now let's talk about the issue in our architecture, which I was talking about since last video. So I will show you by doing an example. To show this, I have used two devices, and but I needed three devices, but I only have two devices, so I will try to show using those only. So here my both devices are running the app. Username of first device is Pawan and username of second device is Rahul. And if I search from the second device for the username Pawan and click on it, and if I write a message here like hello, I know the visibility is a bit lower, but it's okay. I will tell you what I am doing. You can see I have received a message hello from here, and if I reply the message hello, and here you can see I am receiving the reply. But when I go back, and then here I can see the recent message in our device second and also in device 1, and the last message was from device 1, so it is seeing a U tag before the hello message. And so let's log in with another user in device 2, so that we will have three users, and I will show you what's the issue when the other users log into the app. So let me just quickly log out and log in with another user in my device 2. Here I am writing another number. So let's say the username of the second user or the third user is G1, Jeevan, and then I continue. Now you can see the home screen of G1, which is a new user, is already showing the chats between the previous two users, which means there is no security and no abstraction of the user chats which are already done between other two users. And if I try to chat with Rahul, which is the user 2, not the device 1, so if I click on it, you can see the chats between G1 and Rahul can be seen by Pawan also, which is the device 1 can see the chats between device 2 and device 3. So if I write a message here to Rahul, hello Rahul, you can see unknown users are chatting, and the last message is hello Rahul showing in device 1, which is not good because the privacy between two users is violated here, and this was the issue which most of the YouTubers do while creating a chatting app, and there are very few videos where the solution is given. So I will provide you the solution and how we can cope up with this. And I hope you have understood the problem correctly. And if you haven't understood it, then please log in with three devices so that you will be able to know the problem more accurately. And then you have to see the solution, which I am going to show you now. So let me take you to the Firebase so that I can make you understand why this is happening. So if you see here, we have three users and two chat rooms. This is between the user 1 and user 2, and this is between user 2 and user 3. But both the chat rooms are visible to the user 1, which only have contact with user 2, but user 2 have contact with both the users. So but still the user 1 is able to see the chats between user 2 and user 3, which must not happen. So why this is happening? So if you see here, we are just creating a chat room for the two users, and we are not specifying that how many users and who can see these chat rooms. So as a result, everyone is able to see the chat rooms which are built inside this chat room. So if fourth user comes, then he will also be able to see all those chat rooms. So what we need to do, we need to allow only some users to see the chat rooms, and for this we will be using boolean, and we will store true or false values. If both the users have access to the chat room, then only we will show this chat room to the users, otherwise we will not show the chat room. And for this we will create a new root in our database with name user chat room, and it will store whether a user can see the chat room or not. So let's implement this. So let's go to our Android Studio. So inside our chat activity, here we have a function called create or get chat room. Here we were creating or getting the chat room for the two users here, and we were creating the chat room ID by combining the user ID of both the users. So now what we will do, we will specify that which user can access the chat room and we will create a map of it. So after this else statement, so firstly let me tell you what we are going to do. So I will just add a comment, map chat room to both users and save it in user chat room list, So what we are going to do, so let me firstly code, then I will explain you. So write here well user chat room reference is equals to Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference, and we will create a reference of user chat rooms. Make sure you write the correct spelling. Then in the next line write here user chat room ref dot child and pass the user id of first user. It will be utils dot get user id and dot child, pass the chat room id dot set value as true, and similarly we will set the value for second user. So write here user chat room ref dot child, pass here user 2 id dot child chat room id dot set value as true. So what we did, we created a chat room id first, and then what we did, we mapped both the user IDs with the chat room ID with value true. So by this what will happen, if the value of both the users in the chat room is true, then only we will show the chat room to the users, else we will not show it. So now go to our chat fragment. We have this function setup search recycler view and we are using it inside our fetch all users. So we need to modify setup search recycler view function. So scroll down and you will see setup search recycler view, and we have to just modify the code of it. So we will select whole code and then remove it. Then we will write the new code. So for this, create a variable val user chat room ref. This is the same variable which we created in our previous code. So we will get this here now is equals to Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference, and it will be user chat rooms. And now in the next line write dot child and get the user id. So from utils dot get user id, and in the next line dot get and then dot add on success listener, and it will return a data snapshot. So create a variable where we will store all these chat room IDs in our mutable list. So right here chat room IDs is equals to mutable list of, it will be of type string. So in the next line we will use a for loop to store all those value from the snapshot to our chat room IDs. So right here for each loop for room snapshot in data snapshot dot children, and then chat room IDs dot add room snapshot dot key. We will add all those keys and add a assertion operator here. So now we need to write the query also for this, and then we will also write an option. So firstly write a query, write here val query is equals to Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference, and we will get the reference from our chat room dot order by child and pass here last message timestamp and make sure you write the correct spelling, otherwise it will create problem. And in the next line we will create an option. So write here well option is equals to Firebase recycler options dot builder and pass here the chat room model and write a bracket. In the next line we will set the query which we created above. So write here query comma chat room model small, write capital chat room model and then write double colon class dot java dot build. Now we will set the adapter. So write here adapter. It is already giving me the hint, but I will write it. Adapter is equals to recent chat adapter and options and user name map comma. We will also pass the chat room IDs which we have created currently and saved it in a variable. So write here comma and pass the chat room IDs. It will give an error because it is not yet set in the adapter. So we will do it later, but firstly finish the work of here. In the next line write binding dot recent chats dot layout manager is equals to linear layout manager and pass the context here. In the next line again binding dot recent chats dot adapter is equals to adapter and adapter dot start listening. So now we need to correct this error. For this we will go to recent chat adapter, press Ctrl and click on this. We will reach here. Now you can see as an argument we have to pass the options, then we will pass the username map and then we will pass a list. For this we will create a new variable here. So after the user name map write a comma and then in the next line write private val, write here chat room IDs and it will be of type list and list will be of type string. So now we will use it inside our onBind view holder. To scroll down and inside this our on view holder we will have to create a filter whether we want to show the chat room or not. So let me write here need to use filter and comment it. So now we will use a filter. In this filter we are going to check if the list which we have recently passed it contains the chat room ID which is we are going to show. If it contains it then we will show the view. If it does not contain it then we will hide the view. So inside if condition write here not of chat room IDs dot contains, pass here model dot chat room ID, which means the list which we have created, if this does not contain the chat room ID which is available in our model, then what we are going to do, we are going to hide the view. So it is giving me the correct code. Just I will press the tab. So here you can see, and then we will return it, because if we are not going to show anything then it must be empty, so then we will return it. Now see here what this is doing, chat room IDs. So there is a list of chat room IDs which we are passing here. If the list contains model.chatroom ID, the chatroom ID which is inside the model, and we are using not. So if the list does not contain the chatroom ID, we are going to show nothing. Otherwise, in the else statement, we are going to show the chat of the user. So here, this is the correct code, holder.itemView.visibility is equals to visible. And then what we will do, we will show the layout as wrap content and match parent as width and wrap content as height. So that's it. Now this will provide the privacy of the messages, and no one can access those messages if they don't have permission. And now we can also remove this commented code because it is of no use. So select it and remove it. Also remove this additional space. And we can check the app by running it now. So that's it. Also we have to remove the database data because now we created the another database. So open Firebase and remove this. So delete all the users and also delete the chat rooms. We will create new users and new chat rooms so that our testing will be done properly. So now go to Android Studio and run the app. So let me firstly finish the sign up of user 1. So I will enter the number and OTP and the username will be Pawan Singh. So currently we don't have any user. So let me again sign up with another user. Here also I will give the username as G1. Now from this ID I can text the user 1 which is Pawan Singh. So let's search for that user. So click on search icon and search here for Pawan. Click on it. And if I send a message, hello Pawan, Jivan here, and send the message and go back to the home screen. Here I can see the recent chat here now. But if I log in with third user, so let me quickly log in with the third user. And let's name this user as Rahul Singh and click on continue. Now you can see Rahul Singh can't see any message between Pawan and Jivan. And if I search here for Pawan and send a message, hello Pawan, Rahul here, and go back, and then the user third can see the message of his only and he can't see the message of Jivan and Pawan. So let me again log in with ID of Pawan. And now you see Pawan can see the all the chats which have its authority. So let me reply both the messages. So we have successfully corrected the architecture of our app. There were multiple methods to do it, but I chose this one just to explain you better. And you can also include this chat room IDs in your users list also. But this was good. Now we can also see it inside our Firebase database. See here all users here, 3 users we have Rahul, Pawan and Jivan here, and these are the chat rooms between the users. If you see the list of user chat rooms and inside this is the user IDs. So if you click on first one, you see it have access to only one chat room. Here it is written true, and if you click on it, it also has access to one chat room, and if you see here it have access to 2 chat rooms and it is written with true. So this is why we were getting 2 chat rooms for the Pawan and one for all, and this will handle our architecture properly. So now we can move ahead and we have 2 fragments. First is chat fragment, second is profile fragment. So now let's design the profile fragment. Go to Android Studio. So before designing the profile fragment, we have to make some changes in this chat fragment. So firstly remove this variable because we did not use it anywhere. And also in this adapter, we have to write a piece of code. So write here dot apply and inside it write reverse layout is equals to true. What this will do, this will keep our recent chats at the top of our screen. And if you want to test it, so let's run the app. So the app has run. In the list, you can see Rahul is second in the list, but if I chat with the Rahul now, so he must come at the top. So let's write hello Rahul, subscribe please. and if I send the message and go back, now you can see Rahul is at the top of the list. So that's it. So now we can design and implement the user profile fragment. So I request you all to do it by yourself. It's kind of assignment for you. It depends on you how you want to design it. And also, if you have understood my videos till now, then you can obviously implement this page by yourself. I will also do it for you if in case you don't know how to do it. So firstly close all those pages and open profile fragment and profile fragment Kotlin file and split the view and remove this text, and we will use image view first just to show the user image here, and then we will show a username, and then we will show a user number and an edit text to edit the username, and then we will show a sign out button. So firstly we will implement the image view, give it height and width as wrap content, and then write a source. Source will be IC_person, and it will show a small icon of person, and we will change it to 200 dp and also 200 dp, and then we can firstly remove this relative layout, and we will use this time linear layout and give it an orientation as vertical, and then give it a gravity as center horizontal. So remove this vertical and write horizontal in place of it. We want this image a little bit lower, so give a padding from each side. So padding will be 10 dp, and also we will give a margin to this image, right here margin, and let's say it will be 20 dp, and we can close this tag now. And below this image view we will use a text view. It will be of wrap content, and wrap content text will be the username. So let's write Pawan Singh, and this text size is very small, so we will change the text size to 28 sp. Also make the color of the text as color primary, and then text style will be bold. As the gap between username and the image view is so large, so we will give it some little space. So for this we will give it the bottom margin as 10 dp. So in image view we already have given a margin of 20 dp from each side. So firstly make it 10 dp and write here margin top and give it 20 dp margin top, and in the next line give it margin bottom of 10 dp. Still it is too large, so make it as 5 dp. Okay, so this looks fine, and then we can close this tag now, and we want one more text view just below it. So select this and paste it, and firstly change this text and write here registered number, and then write the phone number of the user, let's say +91 and then 10 times 9, and also reduce this text size from 28 to 18 sp, and this color primary to color black, and remove this text style line, and we will give it margin from top. So right here margin top of 5 dp. The registered number looks so long, so firstly let's remove registered, and in place of it let's write user number. This also not look good, so let's change this to just phone. So write here phone and give a colon, then a space. This looks good, and now we need this text view again, so that we will provide a user with a function. So write here text view but we can copy it from the above. So just copy this and again paste it, and the text will be, we are providing this just to change the username, so we can keep the text as change the username. So right here change username and then give a question mark. Also we will change its margin from the top, so right here 15 dp. And now below this we need an edit text so that the user will be able to enter the new username which he want to change. So just below it we need a edit text, and we will copy the edit text from our login fragment. So go to our login fragment here, and we will copy the edit text from text input layout. Just copy it, and here inside our profile fragment just paste it, import all those things. And now firstly what we will do, we will change this from enter your phone number to enter new. Remove this and we will write username, and then remove this drawable, also this drawable padding. So now we need a button. So because when the user will enter the new username inside this text view after clicking on the change username button, so what will happen, the new username will get changed after clicking on that button. So we need a button, and we will copy this from our login fragment. So again go to login fragment, and just below this text view there is a button. So just copy it and go back to our fragment profile and just paste it below this text view. And here firstly change this text to change, also make its height as 50 dp, and also the text size as 23 sp. And as the button size is small, we also need to reduce its corner radius, and let's make it 15 dp. So now we can also change its id from button continue to button change. Also here we need to change its id to user. We can simply write edit text underscore username, also its input type to text so that it will take the input in text format, and text size will be 20 sp. You can change all those things as per your needs, and you can add additional details here. Now we need one more text view to ask whether the user want to log out. So scroll up and select this text view, copy this, and just below the button paste it and change its text from change your name to log out. Select this and write here log out and give a question mark. So this will act as our logout button, and the visibility of button will be invisible because we don't want to show the user unless he changed the username. Also this edit text will be, either we can make it as invisible or we can also make it as gone. It depends on your preference. If you do the gone, then the layout will change its margin, and if you write invisible, then the layout margin will not be changed. So let me show you by writing it gone and writing the button as invisible. Now you can see I wrote gone in our text input. As a result, the logout came up. So in short, the gone mean to say the view is not present there for now, and invisible mean to say the view is still present but it is not showing. So as you can see, our whole screen looks so empty. So when we scroll up and just below this linear layout inside the image view, we can give it a margin top of 150 dp. Now our layout looks empty from the top, and to make it a little bit more attractive, you can either add a toolbar. I will not add a toolbar, I will just write a text there, and it will be anything, like I will write welcome there. So write a text view here, text view, wrap content, and it is already showing me some hints, so I will just press tab and reduce margin top of our image view to 140 dp, and also the text will be welcome, and we can change this text size because it is showing very small. But firstly give it a margin top of 30 dp and reduce the margin top to 120 dp of image view, and let's make this invisible for now. So now you can see our logout button is showing at its perfect place, but this gap is still there between welcome and image view. Also the gap between logout and the text view is so large, so let's keep this text layout input as invisible, and let's change the material button as gone. Now the logout button has come a little bit upward because the button is gone from the view, but we will show it at the backend. And just below the text view, firstly give an ID to our text input layout as edit text holder, and give an ID to this name also. Right here username, and also to this phone number right here ID as ph number, and we will change this welcome text and write two exclamatory marks after it, and reduce the margin top of our image view to 100 dp. This looks good, and increase the text size to 35 sp, or we can also increase it little more to 40 sp. And let's change its color from primary to color. So right here color secondary, and select it from here, go to custom, select any color you want. So let me select this one for now. So this looks good, and also let's give it a background color of light gray. This does not look good, but it's okay, you can modify it anytime, and you can give it a background image. Let's change the margin top of image to 80 dp. Okay, this looks good. Now let's see if we have given IDs to all those views or not, because we need to use it in our fragment. So scroll down. So here we need to give an ID. So right here ID btn underscore change. Okay, so we have already used this ID. So write btn underscore change underscore name. Now this okay. Now scroll down. Here in our button, let's change this ID to btn underscore continue, and give ID to this text view also as logout. And now let's implement this in our fragment Kotlin file. So firstly create here two variables. So write here private, where it will be user ID, and we will get this from our utils file. So write here utils dot get user ID, and second variable will be our database reference. So write here private where dbref, and it will be Firebase database dot get instance dot get reference, and the reference will be all users, and inside the all users it will be users. So that's it. Now inside our on create view, we will firstly fetch the user details. For this, we will create a function to fetch all these details like user number and username. So go here, right here, fetch user details, and we will implement it. Just press Alt Enter, and here we will fetch the information from our database reference. So right here, dbref dot child, it will be user id dot get dot add on success listener, and then inside it is giving me correct suggestion. So I will just press tab, and in place of it I will work with snapshot. So right here snapshot, give an arrow and replace this it with snapshot. Here also snapshot, and here also. So you can see what we are doing. If the snapshot exists, we are storing the username and phone number inside this variable and getting it from the child. So now what we will do, we will simply add this in our text view which we have created. So write binding.username.text is equals to username.toString. Again for phone number, write the same thing, is equals to phone number dot toString, and then after this we will add also a failure listener. So after the bracket, write here dot add on failure listener, and we will show a toast and make test. Right here context, comma, something went wrong, and then the toast length will be toast dot length short, and then show it. So that's it. This will show our details like phone number and the username. Now we have to set the click listener on the rest two buttons which we have created. The buttons like change the username or logout button. So firstly modify this change username button, and it is showing an error because we have to add one bracket also. So now this is okay, and just below this function calling, write binding dot btn change name and dot set on click listener. We will set the click listener when someone will click on the change username button text. So it is already giving me some hint. I just pressed the tab. Now let me explain you what the code is doing. So when someone will click on this change username button, so what we will do, we will make the visibility of our edit text and button as visible, which is done here. And then what we will do, and then the view of the text button will be gone. And then after this, what we will do, we will take the input from the edit text. So right here, binding dot edit text username dot request focus. This line will automatically open the keyboard for the user to write the username. Then we will set a click listener on the continue button. So right here, binding dot btn continue dot set on click listener. Then use a if condition to check if the text is empty or not. So right here if, but before writing the if, we need to store that value inside a variable. So right here val new name is equals to binding dot edit text username dot text to string, and now check if use new name dot is empty, then we will show an error inside the edit text. So right here binding dot edit text username dot error is equals to, either you can write enter a valid name, or I will write username cannot be empty. And in the else case, so it is giving me suggestion, so I will just press tab. Let me check first. Yes, it is giving me correct suggestion, so I will just press the tab button, and then I will explain you what this code is doing. See what we are doing. We are getting the reference from database of this user ID and going to the username and changing the value and setting the value to the new username. And then what we are doing, also setting the text as new username, and then visibility will be invisible for our edit text holder, and button continue will be gone, and our change button will be visible. So that's it. We have implemented this function. Now we need to implement the logout function. So after this binding the last bracket, right here binding dot logout dot set on click listener. When the logout button will be pressed, the user will log out from the device. So right here utils dot get firebase auth instance dot sign out. This will sign out the user from our device. This feature is provided by the Firebase, and we need to remove this line because after the sign out, what we will do, we will take the user to our login screen. So remove this line, otherwise the app will get closed. Remove this, and then right here start activity, and inside this create an intent, and then firstly pass the context dot, just press the tab, and it is giving an error because the name of our login activity is auth activity. You can see here from the activities, here it is auth activity. So go to profile fragment, right here auth activity, and then here in the next line write activity dot finish affinity, and the finish affinity function will remove all those activities from the stack, and also use a question mark after activity, otherwise it will give an error. So that's it. Now we can test the app. So run this. I ran the app and saw the issue that we have to change this. So change this margin top to 50 dp for this image view, and now you can run the app again. So thank you for watching the video, and this is the end of our playlist. And also this color is not looking good, so make it white. So I have also implemented the notification feature in my GitHub project, and if you want to buy this project, so you can DM me on the Telegram. You can join my Telegram group from the link present in description. Also, if you want me to create a video for this, then make sure you share this video with your friends, and I expect approx 50 likes in this video. Then I will upload the next part. So thank you for watching the video, guys. God bless you all.